One morning in September 2019, police arrived at a quiet home in Pennsylvania to check on someone who had not been responding to calls. From the outside, everything seemed normal. Both the windows were closed and the curtains were drawn, but no one answered the door. When the officers entered the house, they were unsettled by what they found: blood on the floors, towels soaked with stains, and obvious signs of violence. As they moved upstairs, they were confronted with a scene much worse than they had anticipated. Margaret Sumney was born on June 28, 1952, in Pittsburgh. She grew up in her family's dance studio, a lively center of creativity that was beloved by the community. The studio was more than just a place of work, it was like a second home to her. Eventually, Margaret became a ballet instructor, helping to manage the studio and organizing beloved Christmas performances that turned into a local tradition. Her warmth and enthusiasm left a significant impact on everyone she encountered. With a magnetic personality, she always appeared polished, composed. Despite life's challenges, Margaret remained resilient and purposeful. In her early adulthood, Margaret married. Unfortunately, their relationship quickly fell apart due to his emotional unavailability and irresponsibility. After their divorce, Margaret became a single mother to 2 daughters. With no help from their father, she took on all the responsibilities of parenting while also working at the studio. Despite these challenges, she provided a loving and structured home for her daughters. Years later, Margaret met another man, a charming dentist and Harvard graduate. His charisma and apparent commitment gave Margaret the stability she had been seeking. They married in 1986, created a life filled with financial security and comfort in a well-furnished home in Pennsylvania. In 1989, they welcomed the son, David Sumney. Her husband actively participated in raising David, and he also developed a strong bond with Margaret's daughters. Although their blended family seemed to thrive on the outside, the reality inside the home was different. David was raised without boundaries. From a young age, all his wishes were immediately fulfilled, whether it was toys, vacations, or treats. As he grew older, he started demanding them, learning how to manipulate others to get what he wanted. Even simple tasks became negotiable, and he refused to do them without a reward. He had no understanding of gratitude or responsibility. His only concern was his own benefit. One particularly alarming incident occurred when he found a bird in the backyard and squeezed it to death. Margaret was horrified by his complete lack of remorse, nervously joked with family members about him potentially becoming a criminal. However, her humor masked her genuine concern. David showed no empathy or guilt. Without intervention, these troubling traits only became more pronounced as he grew older. By 2001, Margaret's marriage had quietly ended in divorce, which, while amicable, brought an end to the stability Margaret had worked so hard to achieve. Financially, the family fell apart. Her husband stopped providing support, and the dance studio that had once been central to their lives was no longer viable, forcing Margaret to close it down. With limited resources, she took a job at a clothing store to meet basic needs, a humble but necessary step. Meanwhile, David's sense of entitlement grew. Despite the family's financial struggles, he continued to expect special treatment and exhibited unchanged behavior. Even while dealing with his own financial issues, his father financially supported him at a significant personal cost, justifying it as a way to maintain their fragile bond and often giving in to his son's demands. Although Margaret and her husband no longer lived together, they remained emotionally connected, trapped in a cycle of responding to David's volatile moods. He moved easily between both homes, exploiting their desire for harmony and love. Over the years, David's influence over his parents intensified. Despite their declining finances, increasing instability, neither parent adjusted their approach. The family dynamic had shifted completely, with their lives revolving around managing their son's feelings and minimizing his outbursts. In 2008, at 19 years old, David began studying mathematics at George Washington University. His parents, who had faced many hardships, were hopeful that higher education and a structured setting would improve his behavior. Despite the high costs of housing, tuition, and living expenses, his parents supported him financially. In 2010, Margaret visited Washington, D.C. to see her son. During this visit, she called her daughter, Ellen, from a hospital, claiming that David had attempted to harm himself with a knife and that she had injured her head in the process. However, Margaret's account was inconsistent. She was evasive, defensive about the details. When Ellen arrived, she found her mother and brother in different hospital rooms, which was unusual and unexplained. The medical staff were not forthcoming with information. Ellen started to worry that David's violent behavior had escalated, possibly directed at their mother. Despite her concerns, no investigation was initiated, and the incident went unexamined. Soon after, David was expelled from the university due to ongoing absenteeism and repeated rule violations. This news devastated his parents, as all their emotional, financial, and psychological efforts had ended in another failure. David returned to Pennsylvania, shuttling between his parents' homes without showing any signs of improvement. In July 2015, 26-year-old David hit a new low in his life. He was unemployed, lacked motivation, and depended entirely on his parents. When he asked his father for a substantial amount of money for a vacation and was turned down, things escalated violently. David physically assaulted his father, viciously beating him in their home. Neighbors, disturbed by the noise, called the police. Upon arrival, the officers found David on top of his father, hitting him. His father suffered severe injuries, including brain hemorrhaging, spinal damage, and significant internal injuries. As a result, he was left unable to walk or care for himself and had to be moved to a long-term nursing facility. David was arrested at the scene and charged with aggravated assault. He was released shortly after posting bail. The father he nearly killed could no longer communicate for himself. Despite the violent attack, David faced minimal consequences. With little legal opposition and a family too shattered to resist, he walked away free, unchanged, unrepentant, more emboldened than ever. Afterward, he began telling people that he had joined the U.S. Navy. Although this story seemed odd, Margaret held on to it. For her, the idea of military service represented hope, a structured, disciplined path that could save her son from his troubled state. However, there was no evidence of any enlistment. He didn't provide any documents, wear a uniform, or answer questions about his claimed service. Every time someone asked, his responses were vague and unverifiable. At the same time, David was undergoing a physical transformation. He became obsessed with strength training, quickly gaining a lot of muscle. Now nearly 6.5 feet tall and heavily built, he appeared as intimidating as his behavior had become. As his physical strength increased, his aggression followed suit. David grew more unpredictable, volatile. Conversations with him were filled with hostility, subtle threats, and direct attempts to control those around him. He made it clear that any pushback would be met with force. Margaret, exhausted from years of fear, confusion, and love. She stayed by his side, still hoping for the return of the son she once knew. But by then, control was lost for her and the rest of the family. David was no longer just difficult or spoiled, he had become dangerous. No one seemed able or willing to stop him. In November 2016, another terrifying incident occurred at Margaret's home. Late one night, David, who was very drunk, entered her bedroom and began to strangle her while she slept. The attack was sudden and violent. Due to his large size and strength, Margaret struggled to fight back. However, she managed to break free and screamed for help. David left the room without saying anything, returned to his own. Margaret then called the police. When they arrived, they found David asleep, smelling strongly of alcohol. Margaret had visible bruises, finger marks on her neck and ribs. She recounted the attack to the officers, mentioning that David had referred to a Navy SEAL reference. David was arrested, and the situation was classified as domestic violence with aggravating factors. However, Margaret intervened again. Concerned that a felony charge would jeopardize her son's future, she urged the prosecutors to lessen the charges. She argued that he was under the influence and needed rehabilitation instead of imprisonment. She also pushed the idea, though unverified, that David had served in the U.S. Navy, presenting it as a sign of his potential. Her plea was convincing enough for the court to reduce the felony charge to a lesser offense, allowing David to avoid severe punishment. During court proceedings, an official background check revealed a shocking truth: David had never served in any branch of the military. The story he had told for years was entirely false. There was no record of him being recruited, enlisted, or trained. His military persona was a deliberate lie, used to hide his failures and violent tendencies. Despite this, Margaret still believed her son could change. David received a 16-month sentence, marking his first genuine consequence. While in prison, he portrayed himself as someone struggling with addiction, rather than his aggressive behavior. He claimed that alcohol was the source of his problems, not a lack of empathy or violent impulses. This approach worked for him. A social worker supported his transfer to a rehabilitation facility instead of prison, and the court granted it. At the Pennsylvania Recovery Center, David was put under structured supervision. He participated in therapy sessions and group activities. Margaret visited regularly, bringing supplies and defending her son. She saw the rehabilitation as a potential turning point. She hoped that if he completed the program, the worst would be behind him. After finishing treatment, David moved into transitional housing, quickly got a job. Progress reports indicated that he followed the rules and showed signs of adjustment. To his hopeful family, he appeared reformed. However, this appearance was only skin deep. Beneath the good behavior was the same manipulative person. David never truly accepted responsibility for his past, never showed genuine remorse, and never acknowledged the pain he caused. By 2018, David Sumney's carefully crafted image was beginning to fall apart, though not fast enough for anyone to notice. In August, his father passed away at the age of 74 in a Pennsylvania nursing home. The official cause of death was listed as age-related health issues. However, those who knew the family understood that the real reason stemmed from a severe beating he suffered in 2015 at the hands of his son. This violent act resulted in the loss of his independence, ability to work, and dignity. His health steadily declined, could not be reversed. While the family never discussed it openly, there was a shared understanding that David's attack had dramatically altered his father's identity. Throughout this time, David faced no new charges and felt no remorse. At the funeral, Margaret remained composed and did not speak out against her son, which created tension among family members. They were baffled as to why she would continue to protect someone who had caused such pain. For them, it was not just a personal tragedy, but also a systemic failure. They believed law enforcement acted too late, the courts were too lenient, and Margaret's instinct to protect may have allowed a dangerous individual to continue endangering others. In 2019, David started a new relationship using a dating app. The woman moved in with him shortly after they met. At first, he seemed to have changed for the better. He was charming, respectful, and attentive. However, this behavior didn't last long. He soon became controlling and aggressive, closely monitoring her actions, imposing strict rules in their home. She noticed something troubling. David was writing checks in the name of his mother, Margaret. He claimed that Margaret had mental health issues and that he was handling her finances, even going so far as to forge her signature when necessary. However, there was no legal documentation, such as a power of attorney or a court order, to back up his claims. When his girlfriend voiced her concerns, he dismissed them, saying there were delays with the paperwork. Although she suspected he was committing fraud, she did not have enough evidence to report him to the authorities. As their relationship deteriorated and she prepared to leave, David reacted with anger. Fearing rejection, he insisted she meet him at a hotel in Atlantic City. Once there, he became abusive. Over several days, he physically attacked her, strangled her until she lost consciousness, and kept her captive without any means to get help. At one point, believing he had killed her, he abandoned the room. She lay injured and unresponsive until a concerned housekeeper, troubled by the prolonged "do not disturb" sign, entered the room. The housekeeper discovered that she was alive, but in critical condition. She was taken to the hospital, and the police began an investigation. On July 16, 2019, an arrest warrant for David was issued, but due to a crucial mistake, the warrant wasn't entered into the federal database. This oversight allowed David to return to Pennsylvania without being identified as a fugitive. Days later, he was arrested on unrelated charges but was released because the warrant was not in the system. The protective measures designed to help the woman. The failure to communicate between agencies led to tragic outcomes. On September 1, 2019, one of Margaret's sisters tried to contact her several times, but her calls went unanswered. Worried, she contacted Margaret's eldest daughter, Ellen, who was also unable to reach her mother. By the morning of September 2nd, Ellen's anxiety grew as she continued trying to contact Margaret. Eventually, David answered the phone and stated that Margaret was asleep, refusing to let her speak to anyone. His tone was emotionless, which worried her. Ellen decided to contact local authorities to request a welfare check. When the police arrived at Margaret's home, everything seemed quiet. The windows were shut, and no one answered the door. After a few minutes, the officers forced their way inside and immediately sensed that something was amiss. A foul odor filled the air, blood stains were visible in several rooms, and there were drag marks suggesting an attempt to clean up or conceal something. Upstairs, they found Margaret in the bathtub. She had been dead for over 24 hours. She suffered broken ribs, a broken spine, cuts to her face and bruising all over her body. An autopsy report concluded that Margaret Summey died from blunt force trauma and her death was declared a homicide. Blood was on the walls and floors. In the hallway, investigators discovered a sickle with what appeared to be blood on it. A revolver that belonged to Margaret was missing, leaving only its empty ammunition box behind. Forensic experts carefully analyzed the scene. The amount of blood, attempts to clean up, and the arrangement of items suggested that this was not just a violent incident, but also a well-planned one. This was not an impulsive act, it was intentional and methodical. When questioned by police, David Summey denied any involvement in his mother's death. Instead, he said it was likely an accident or a drug overdose. When detectives described Ms. Summey's injuries, David Summey suggested that his mother had been dating a man and that he should be investigated. However, when police downloaded the contents of Summey's cell phone, they found hundreds of pictures of his mother being beaten to death. Assistant District Attorney Michael Pradines said the first photo was taken at 4:50 a.m. on August 30th. Interspersed among many of the victims' photos are selfies of the defendant, in which the defendant is seen with his face covered in blood, and in one photo he is seen giving a thumbs up, the prosecutor said. Pradines said investigators also found a video on his phone recorded at 2:41 a.m. on September 1, 2019, of David Summey washing his mother's body in the bathtub. In addition to the photos, his browsing history provided incriminating information. He had searched for ways to clean blood from surfaces, how human bodies decompose, and strategies to avoid detection in homes. David conducted searches on his phone at 11:11 a.m. on August 30, 2019, including the phrase, "How long does it take before a body starts to decompose?" He had also looked up chemical odor neutralizers and information on mummification. Rather than panicking, David had planned ahead. The brutality of the crime and the calculated nature of his actions painted a psychological picture of someone without a conscience, remorse, or restraint. Investigators were certain of his guilt, but their challenge was to apprehend him. Police reached out to Ellen, the only person still occasionally in touch with David, asked for her assistance in setting a trap. She agreed. When he showed up, officers arrested him immediately. They found Margaret's checks and pieces of her jewelry among his belongings. He was formally charged with third-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, theft, and related offenses. A psychiatric evaluation determined that he was fit to stand trial. November 17, 2022, David pleaded guilty to third-degree murder, admitted his guilt, and received a sentence of 20 to 40 years in prison. With time already served, he would be eligible for parole in 2039, around his 50th birthday. David also faces another criminal case in Atlantic City, where his ex-girlfriend said he waterboarded and strangled her in a hotel room in July 2019. For Margaret's surviving relatives, this outcome felt like a betrayal. Given the horror of the crime, the photographic evidence, the forensic findings, and the digital trace, they believed he should have faced harsher charges. Margaret's daughters and sisters publicly criticized the deal and called the sentence insufficient. Ellen said, "For someone who seems to enjoy killing people, with a history of violence, he should never be out in society again." In court, David made a short statement where he expressed regret and claimed he couldn't comprehend how he committed his actions. However, his apology felt insincere. For Margaret Summey's family, this was not a moment of madness. It was the tragic culmination of a lifetime filled with manipulation, abuse, and ignored warning signs. Margaret's life ended not abruptly, but following a prolonged and preventable decline. She was not killed by a stranger, but by the very child she had always stood up for. Ellen has cut all ties with her brother, who is now a convicted murderer and no longer resembles the family member she once knew. What remains is not only profound grief, but also the heavy burden of realizing that this tragedy could have been avoided. The tragic murder of Margaret Sumney is a harrowing reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked violence and systemic failures. Margaret, a loving mother, ballet teacher, and pillar of her Pennsylvania community, endured years of increasingly violent assault, manipulation, and abuse at the hands of her son, culminating in her brutal death. Despite numerous warning signs, from David's lack of empathy as a child to his violent attacks on his father and mother, the continued leniency of the legal system and Margaret's unwavering hope for redemption allowed his dangerous behavior to continue. The gruesome evidence, including photographs and videos David took during the crime, revealed a calculated and remorseless act, but his plea agreement to third-degree murder and his 20 to 40-year sentence left Margaret's family feeling betrayed by a justice system that failed to deliver proportionate consequences. This case highlights the urgent need for early intervention in cases of domestic violence, stricter enforcement of legal accountability, and increased awareness of manipulative behaviors that can escalate into tragedy. Margaret's legacy, defined by her warmth and resilience, lives on in the memories of those she touched, but her story is a wake-up call to prevent such preventable losses in the future.
The case of Paige Bergfeld. Paige Bergfeld was born in Atlanta, Georgia on April 27, 1973, to Frank and Suzanne Bergfeld. She had one sibling, Craig Bergfeld. Paige grew up in Atlanta before relocating to Colorado. In 1995, she married her high school crush, Howard Ron Beegler, who was also her first love. However, their marriage ended due to disagreements about having children. While Paige was ready to start a family, Howard was not interested. Following their divorce, Paige married Rob Dixon, an ambitious businessman, in 1998. Their intense 10-year marriage resulted in 3 children, Jess, Taft, and Cole. June 28, 2007, marked the last time Paige Bergfeld was seen by her loved ones. Earlier that day, Paige had spent part of the afternoon with her ex-husband, Howard Beegler, with whom she had recently rekindled their romance. After a picnic together, they went their separate ways. Around 9 p.m., Beegler called Paige to check in on her, and she assured him she was heading home and would text him once she arrived. However, that text never came. Beegler tried calling her again the next day, but her phone went straight to voicemail, indicating it was either turned off or out of reach. This raised his concerns, and on the 3rd day, he decided to visit her apartment. What he discovered was shocking. Paige's live-in nanny informed him that she had not returned home in 3 days. Beegler immediately alerted Paige's parents and the authorities, sparking a terrifying investigation that would unfold in the days to come. Paige Bergfeld's parents, Frank and Suzanne, were devastated when their beloved daughter went missing. The police suspected foul play in her disappearance, partly because of her parents. Frank described Paige as a devoted mother who would never leave her children. Paige would go to great lengths to care for her kids, even if it meant crawling with broken limbs. Her children were her top priority, and everyone close to her knew it. Paige's brother, Craig Bergfeld, a Seattle-based plastic surgeon specializing in facial reconstruction for kids, left his home to care for Paige's children in Grand Junction, Colorado. He and his wife Claire understood that Paige's primary concern was her kids' safety and well-being, and they made that their top priority too. Seeing that Paige was a devoted and caring mother, the police were convinced that she wouldn't have simply abandoned her children and left town. They believed something must be preventing Paige from being with her kids, and they launched an investigation to uncover the truth. Mesa County Sheriff Matt Hilke began looking into the case, following standard procedure when someone goes missing. Typically, the closest people to the missing person and the last ones to see them are the first to be investigated. So the police invited Howard Beegler for questioning. Beegler was the last person to see Paige before she vanished, raising the question of whether he could have been involved in her disappearance. In an interview, Paige's father confirmed that Ron Beegler was Paige's greatest love. Paige and Ron had shared a passionate romance since high school, and after reuniting over 10 years ago, her father was certain that Beegler would never harm his daughter. Paige Bergfeld's life took a surprising turn. After marrying Rob Dixon in 1998, she fell for his charming personality. However, her father described their pre-marriage relationship as whirlwind-like. Rob's wealth from a successful business initially impressed Paige, but his post-marriage behavior became reckless, marked by extravagant spending and poor investments, ultimately leading to financial ruin. Paige took steps to improve their financial situation by starting a small preschool dance program called Brain Dance. She also began selling kitchen appliances for a company called The Pampered Chef from their home. However, Rob's spending habits canceled out Paige's efforts, causing tension in their marriage. Frank Bergfeld described Rob's unpredictable personality. While Rob could be cheerful, friendly, and lively at times, he would often become mean, condescending, irritable, and short-tempered. Rob Dixon's importance in the police investigation grew after a new discovery. Prior to her divorce, Paige had reported a threat to the police in October 2004. In a 911 call, she said Rob had threatened to kill the kids if she didn't let them stay with him, but the situation was resolved by the time police arrived. A year after the first incident, Paige Bergfeld reported another disturbing altercation to 911. She and her husband Rob had a fight, during which he pushed her to the ground while she was holding their baby, and then punched her in the stomach. This time, the police arrested Rob, but he was released after completing an anger management course. The Mesa County Sheriff's Office questioned Rob Dixon about Paige's disappearance. Rob claimed to have been in Philadelphia on the day she went missing, which was supported by the fact that he had moved there after their divorce. Despite his history of violent behavior towards Paige, Rob had a solid alibi, having been 2,000 miles away from Grand Junction at the time of her disappearance. The police did not release details of their interview with Rob to the public. Paige's father, Frank Bergfeld, realized that even someone with a troubled personality like Rob couldn't have committed murder from such a distance. Although Rob was no longer a suspect, the Bergfeld family still had concerns about him. 3 months prior to her disappearance, Paige posted disturbing content about Rob on an online message board, where she shared that her children would often ask her if their father was going to kill her. In the post, she confided that she could imagine her kids wondering what life would be like if she were actually dead. With both of Paige's ex-husbands possessing solid alibis, the police were forced to broaden their suspect search. However, after investigating those close to Paige Bergfeld, the police were still unable to find a suspect, leaving them to ponder who could be responsible for her disappearance. Ultimately, this led to a stunning revelation about Paige Bergfeld herself. Paige Bergfeld was a devoted mother with a bubbly personality, loved by her family and friends. But behind her happy family scenes, she led a secret double life. In addition to her public roles as a dance teacher and kitchen appliances vendor in Grand Junction, Paige had a hidden online persona. After her disappearance, her family discovered something suspicious on her laptop, which they reported to the police. The subsequent investigation revealed that Page had a second, lucrative source of income as an expensive escort. Page used the alias Carrie online and advertised services that went beyond those of a traditional escort, including nude massages and topless encounters, as suggested by provocative internet ads. Page's family, particularly her sister-in-law Carrie Bergfeld, were shocked to discover her secret life after her disappearance. Although her family was surprised to learn that Page worked as an escort, they seemed to understand her reasons for doing so. Page's love for her children drove her to take on a huge responsibility as the breadwinner and provider of her family after her divorce. Her father, Frank Bergfeld, believed that this led her to make a difficult choice. Raising 3 kids alone was a massive task, and Page was determined to give them the best life possible. Page's parents, Frank and Susanna Bergfeld, were surprised by the way she chose to achieve her goals. In an interview, Frank said he wished Page had talked to him about her plans, as he would have been happy to advise her about the potential risks. Although they didn't agree with her profession, Frank and Susanna continued to love and be proud of their daughter without reserve. Craig Bergfeld, Page's brother, shared their father's view that Page's profession was driven by her desire to provide for her children. He was aware that her dance school and kitchen appliance sales weren't lucrative enough to cover her $6,000 monthly mortgage, let alone put clothes on the backs of 3 kids. Although he suspected she had another source of income, he never imagined she would be working as an escort. Page's ex filed for bankruptcy after their divorce. Her brother Craig thought she'd default on the large mortgage soon. But Page surprised him and his wife C by buying her first home with her 2 jobs teaching dance and selling kitchen equipment. C questioned Page about her income, and Page confessed to having worked as a stripper before her marriage. At the age of 21, Page resided in Dearborn and was employed at the Mile High Saloon, where she earned a substantial income of approximately $400,000 monthly. According to Page, she ceased working as a stripper upon getting married, though it appears she didn't entirely disconnect from the industry. C surmised that Page's prior experience as a stripper likely influenced her decision to become an escort. Mesa County prosecutor D.A. Pete Hinger revealed that, despite 20 years of experience, he had never come across a case like Page's. He found it astonishing that someone from her socioeconomic background and with her family dynamics would be involved in such a profession. Hinger acknowledged that Page Bergfeld embodied the ideal of a responsible and devoted mother, making her double life a stunning revelation. This discovery triggered a more in-depth investigation. Page's parents recognized that uncovering her secrets would be crucial in determining her fate. However, as much as they yearned for closure, they were uncertain if they truly wanted to know the truth. Fluky's search team made progress, but it unsettled the Bergfeld family. Craig wasn't ready to find out what had happened to his sister, clinging to hope she was still alive. Police suspected she wouldn't return, believing it tied to her secret job. The chief district attorney, Dan Rubenstein, took charge of Page Bergfeld's case and identified a suspect, Lester Ralph Jones, a middle-aged client of Page's escort services. Although Rubenstein was convinced that Jones was involved in Page's disappearance, he lacked concrete evidence without her body. A major breakthrough occurred in 2012 when a hiker discovered a body. At first, the police department wasn't certain the body found was Page's, but after conducting necessary tests, they confirmed it was her by matching her teeth and jaw. What was surprising, however, was that Page's body had been lying in the exact spot a hiker stumbled upon it, an area already thoroughly searched by Connie Fluky's team, yet nobody had found her. The investigators theorized that the killer must have buried Page in a grave deep enough to evade the search party. With sufficient evidence, Don Rubenstein was able to bring in Lester Ralph Jones for questioning. Although the police couldn't determine the exact cause of Page Bergfeld's death, they were convinced it was a violent one. Page had suffered a fractured jaw, leading investigators to believe her attacker must have severely beaten her. Additionally, remnants of duct tape were found around the corners of her mouth, and it appeared her jaw was fractured just before her death. This discovery made the items found during the search, which Connie Fluke had organized, understandable. The items included pieces of documents scattered along the highway, some of which had Paige's name, while others had her children's names. The investigators assumed that the documents must have been thrown out of the car by Paige's kidnapper as he drove her to the spot where he eventually killed her. However, another possibility was that Paige herself had thrown the documents out of the car as a way of helping people to locate her. Unfortunately, Paige's killer, Lester Ralph Jones, was able to roam free for 5 years after her terrifying murder. Given his bad reputation, it was easy to believe that he was responsible for Paige Bergfeld's death. Don Rubenstein gathered sufficient evidence against Lester Ralph Jones during the investigation. The police discovered Paige's car on the highway, burned in a fire that was believed to have been intentionally started in the passenger seat, likely to destroy DNA samples or any incriminating evidence. Notably, the driver's seat had been adjusted to fit a taller person. Although Ralph Jones denied any knowledge of Paige's burned car during interrogation, it was found just a short distance from his workshop. Given his criminal history, including a prior felony conviction, Ralph Jones's testimony was not credible. Furthermore, a critical piece of evidence implicated him. He had contacted Paige Bergfeld using a burner phone on the day of her disappearance. Despite his denial of purchasing the phone, a CCTV recording showed him doing so. Ralph Jones frequently used Paige's escort services, unaware that he was a ruthless killer. However, it was a conversation with local Sheriff Sergeant Art Smith that ultimately led to his downfall. The sheriff had confiscated 2 of Jones's vehicles, prompting an unexpected and shocking response from Ralph. His reaction was that of a man consumed by guilt. When Sergeant Smith inquired about the cars, Jones casually asked where he would bury a body. This cryptic comment, combined with other evidence, provided the crucial breakthrough the police needed. 7 years after Paige Bergfeld's disappearance, in November 2014, Lester Ralph Jones was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping. According to the arresting officers, Jones had been expecting the arrest and showed no signs of surprise. He did not ask any questions, instead calmly turning around and placing his hands behind his back. His bail was set at $2 million. In 2016, Ralph Jones stood trial, and the jury determined that although the evidence against him was circumstantial, it was sufficient to convict him. 9 years after Paige vanished, the jury delivered a guilty verdict in December 2016, finding Ralph Jones responsible for her murder and kidnapping, and he received a life sentence. The case of Michael Haight. Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980 in Seattle, Washington, but his family moved to Cedar City, Utah, when he was young, after his father finished dental school. Growing up, Michael was an active boy who enjoyed playing baseball, basketball, and soccer. He achieved the rank of Eagle Scout and performed well academically. After graduating from high school in 1998, Michael worked at a fish plant in Alaska during the summer, where he quickly rose to the position of line manager, overseeing more than a dozen men due to his strong work ethic and dedication. Michael then served a mission trip to South Brazil as a devoted member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which further deepened his faith and strengthened his bond with his religious community. Upon returning to the United States, Michael pursued a business degree at Southern Utah University, graduating in 2004. During his time at the university, he met his future wife, Tasha Earle, and they fell in love, getting married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael seemed like the perfect family man to those who didn't know him. He was always involved in his kids' lives, coaching their sports teams, attending school concerts, and spending quality time with them, whether it was sledding or working on projects in the garage. But on January 4th, 2023, the illusion he created around his family life shattered. That day, police found 8 dead bodies at the Haight residence, leaving investigators and neighbors stunned and confused. When Tasha Haight missed an online appointment and her husband Michael failed to show up for work, their colleagues became worried and alerted the police to check on the family's welfare at their home in Enoch. The officers arrived at the Haight residence, but no one answered the door. As they walked around the property, it looked like nobody was home. Knowing the family had 5 kids, the police contacted the Iron County School District to see if any of the children were in school that day, but it turned out none of the kids were present when the police arrived at the Haight home. The officers searched the premises to make sure there was no immediate danger, and after a thorough search, confirmed that nobody needed medical attention and there were no signs of an active threat. The detectives arrived at the crime scene shortly after it was declared. Upon entering the main bedroom, they saw 4-year-old Gavin lying on his stomach with his head turned to the left, one arm under his head on a pillow, and a blanket covering part of his body. His sister Tasha was similarly positioned with only part of her body covered by the blanket. On the other side of the bed, they found Gail Earle, Tasha's mother, lying on her back with her head on a pillow and partially covered by a blanket, just like her daughter and grandson. In Bry's room, the detectives found the 12-year-old girl lying in bed, slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Amon's room, they discovered the 7-year-old boy lying face down in the corner of the room without a pillow or blanket. His twin sister Sienna was found in her bedroom, lying on her left side in bed with her head resting on a pillow and covered with a blanket. The eldest child, 17-year-old Macy, was found in her bed, her head resting on a pillow and her body covered by the blanket. The detectives discovered Michael Haight's body in the exercise room in the basement of his home, lying on top of a sleeping bag. All 8 victims, including his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children, were found dead with gunshot wounds. Given the circumstances, it didn't take long for the detectives to identify Michael Haight as the primary suspect. They believed he had killed his family members before taking his own life. A neighbor's testimony played a crucial role in helping the detectives reconstruct the timeline of the crime. The neighbor recalled waking up at 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom and hearing a loud bang, similar to fireworks, as she exited her room. However, she felt annoyed because it was past the permitted date for fireworks in the neighborhood. She then heard 2 more bangs in quick succession, followed by a short pause. This pattern continued, with brief pauses before each subsequent bang, except for a longer pause before the final one. Based on the neighbor's statement and the condition of the 8 bodies found inside the house, detectives theorized that the loud noises she had heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly connected to the events of that night. They suspected that Michael Hatch committed the brutal murders during this specific time frame. During the investigation into the Hatch family murders, detectives discovered that an unnamed person outside the family had reported abuse to the Utah Division of Child and Family Services in 2020. This individual claimed that 14-year-old Macy confided in them about her fear of her father, sparking a deeper investigation into the Hatch household. After receiving the DCFS report, Macy and her parents were questioned separately. During Macy's interview, the investigator uncovered disturbing information. Macy revealed that her father had choked her on multiple occasions, and she feared he would kill her. She disclosed that the violent attacks began in 2017, including an incident where her father grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her into a wooden piece of furniture. When detectives questioned Michael Hatch, he claimed he had never physically harmed his daughter. He downplayed the incidents Macy described, saying they were simply misunderstandings. Michael attributed his emotional turmoil to 2 recent events: the death of his father and his brother's divorce. He stated that, in his distress, he took out his frustration on his older daughter, Tasha. Tasha chose not to pursue criminal charges against Michael. Similarly, the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office decided not to press charges, deeming the case insufficient to meet the prosecution requirements set by the statute. A lethality assessment was conducted with Tasha, which revealed that her relationship with Michael did not pose a significant threat to her life. Nevertheless, victim services were made available to Tasha and her children for several months following the case's opening. Through conversations with Tasha's friends, detectives formed a different impression of Michael Hatch than the one he presented to the community. Tasha's friends revealed that whenever they visited, they would often chat with her, while the kitchen water was running to mask their conversation, as Tasha suspected Michael was spying on her discussions. They also helped Tasha with housework during their visits, so Michael wouldn't have anything to criticize her about. Tasha's friends disclosed that whenever she texted them, she would respond with brief, upbeat messages, likely aware that Michael might read them. They believed she did this to maintain a positive facade for Michael's benefit, implying that everything was fine in their marriage. Detectives found Michael displayed controlling behavior towards his wife, Tasha. He took away her car keys and phone to keep her from leaving. They also suspected him after he overreacted to her buying a $30 rug from Walmart, accusing her of excessive spending despite the legitimate need. Tasha shared with her friends her concerns that her 7-year-old son, Amon, was increasingly mimicking his father Michael's bad behavior. Whenever she gave Amon an instruction, he would respond by saying that it was not his job. This worried Tasha because it revealed Amon's growing lack of responsibility and disregard for authority. She mentioned that Michael frequently disregarded or ignored her instructions, and Amon seemed to be following his example. In 2022, Tasha prioritized self-care by getting her nails done despite her busy schedule. However, her husband Michael wasn't supportive, imposing strict rules on her independence. After her appointment, Tasha felt confident and told Michael she'd make it a monthly routine, sparking his anger over the potential cost. To address Michael's concerns, Tasha explained calmly that her monthly self-care expenses came out to $25. Despite this, Michael remained skeptical, claiming that by spending money on her nails, Tasha was essentially taking away from their children's basic needs. This stance stemmed from his need for control and sense of financial responsibility towards their family. At the same time, Tasha began to prioritize her self-care and eventually started losing weight, a significant change after years of her husband calling her fat and ugly. Michael became angry about her weight loss, accusing Tasha of cheating on him as he struggled to explain the sudden change in her appearance. As Michael's controlling behavior escalated, he tried to manipulate Tasha regarding her weight loss. He begged her to stop, fearing that other men might find her attractive. Underlying this request were his deep-seated insecurities and desire for complete control over his wife's body and actions. Michael exhibited a frugal attitude during the holiday season, despite earning a significant income. He allocated only $100 for each of their 5 children to buy gifts, whereas Tasha made sure they had a fulfilling Christmas. However, Michael refused to provide additional funds for his wife and children, justifying his stance by claiming that he didn't see the need to give them more of what he believed was rightfully his. Michael controlled every aspect of Tasha's life, including her cleaning and childcare habits. He insisted on using baby wipes, claiming they were eco-friendly and cost-effective, but this caused Tasha stress and compromised her comfort and hygiene. If she didn't comply, Michael threatened trouble, leaving her fearful and submissive. According to Tasha's friends, she revealed to them that Michael was mean to her throughout their marriage, but he didn't mistreat their children until the late 2010s. However, as time passed, the abuse towards Macy worsened, causing her to contemplate suicide. Michael had unrealistically high expectations for Macy, demanding she maintain straight A's despite her struggles. The pressure to meet his expectations became overwhelming for Macy, who was already dealing with the emotional weight of her father's abuse. Macy's friends shared another disturbing incident with the detective. One evening, Michael came home and found Macy resting her head on her mother's lap. He became enraged and ordered Macy to get up and clean her room. This event left Macy deeply shaken, as she remembered gazing into her father's eyes and seeing hatred and evil staring back. Detectives found another instance where 7-year-old Briley disobeyed Michael's warnings. Michael blamed his wife Tasha for their kids' misbehavior, calling them the worst in the world. He berated Tasha in front of their kids, even calling her fat and ugly. Tasha realized she needed to escape her 20-year marriage to Michael after a distressing incident exposed his abusive nature and temper. Seeing the harm it was causing their kids, she knew she had to leave. Tasha decided to divorce Michael after over 20 years, prioritizing their children's well-being over their marriage. On Dec 21, 2022, she initiated proceedings, but asked to delay serving papers until after the holiday season, wanting one last normal Christmas for their 5 kids before the separation. Michael got divorce papers at his office on Dec 27. He called Tasha, acting normal, asking about her day, like nothing was wrong. He told her to leave the house, but wanted the kids to stay. Tasha refused, insisting on taking the kids with her. Tasha took the children to her mother's house in Lynn, Utah. That evening, Michael arrived at his mother-in-law's house and tried to persuade Tasha to go for a ride with him. But Tasha declined, telling her friends she had a bad feeling about going anywhere alone with Michael. After Tasha filed for divorce, her mom Gail moved in to help. However, Michael made things worse by moving into the basement fitness room instead of leaving the house. Tasha told her friends she had found a discrepancy in their children's savings accounts, which held $220,000. What she discovered shocked her. Michael had transferred the money out of the accounts without her knowledge or permission. After her father's death, Tasha inherited several firearms, including hunting rifles and a handgun. When she checked her house in January 2023, she realized all the guns were gone. Further investigation revealed Michael had taken the weapons, leaving Tasha and her family defenseless in case of an emergency. Macy, Michael and Tasha's eldest child, confided in her friends that she would welcome her parents' divorce. She longed for the peace that would come with her father's absence from the home. Macy even kept a secret phone in her room, which she used to record her father's erratic behavior, hoping to gather evidence to support the divorce. However, Tasha found the phone and hid it away. Macy's younger sister, Briley, had a troubled home life due to the constant drama. To escape this, Briley would often visit her neighbor's house, where she found comfort with their grandchildren. Briley confided in a friend that she was relieved about her parents' upcoming divorce. She had even bought some new books, but was too afraid to tell her father, fearing he would become angry. Tasha met her lawyer on January 3, 2023, to discuss her divorce from abusive husband Michael. She felt relieved he'd moved to the basement due to his volatile behavior. Asked if she'd ever feared for her or her children's safety, Tasha said she never had. In hindsight, Tasha's optimism was tragically misplaced. The police investigation was harrowing, piecing together a chilling sequence of events. A disturbing Google search on December 30th stood out, revealing Michael's firearms queries just days before the deadly shooting, painting a chilling picture of his intentions. The search results revealed alarming questions, such as inquiries about how loud a 9mm gunshot is, what a gunshot sounds like, what to do if gunshots are heard near one's house, if a single gunshot in the neighborhood at night would be immediately recognized, and if one would be brave enough to call the police, how loud a gunshot in the house would be, and if a neighbor would hear a gunshot in the garage, and how loud a 40mm pistol is. Michael's suicide note said he'd rather rot in hell than endure his wife's controlling behavior. He felt desperate, frustrated, and trapped, repeatedly asking for help that never came. Determined to end the manipulation, he refused to be a burden to society. The case's details have shocked many, revealing a deeply dysfunctional family plagued by violence. Michael's actions were premeditated, carefully planned to catch his family off guard. The case of Leslie Palacio. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car was spotted in Moreno Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, who reported that he had driven Jose and his son to San Pedro, where they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because they could not resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down in January 2021, but for months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border, and everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. During interrogations, Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29th. However, investigators showed surveillance video footage that debunked his false claims, clearly showing him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet, into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that, according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. Jose also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, and he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the pandemonium, Jose joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to the Palacio family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions, but the Palacio family did not accept his apology and did not consider it since, to date, Eric's whereabouts remain unknown and he continues to live a free life in Mexico. Jose was released on April 28, 2022. Ofalia Markarian, the attorney and representative of the Palacio family, commented that she is absolutely furious and that this is simply unfair. Not only is the main suspect not in custody, but the one who was involved in covering up the murder is back in custody after serving only 8 months and 15 days over the past 3 years. The Palacio family has never gotten justice, and Leslie's story highlights the flaws in the justice system and raises questions about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The Palacio family is determined to fight to change the law in Nevada because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should receive a longer prison sentence than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and given the punishment he deserves. Ofalia Markarian is directly reaching out to those who may know of Eric's whereabouts in Mexico, and in every media interview she calls for the Palacio family to be given a small measure of justice. Leslie's discovery of her calling was unexpected, but she soon became an integral part of the team. Her colleagues regarded her as a responsible, professional lab technician and a warm, responsive person. While her duties involved conducting various analyses and tests, Leslie saw her role as more than just fulfilling duties. She was driven to make the testing process as comfortable as possible for patients. Her caring and patient nature created an atmosphere of trust, putting even the most apprehensive individuals at ease. When a young nurse asked if Leslie was afraid of getting her hands pierced all the time, she replied with a laugh that she now had a super ability to poke people. Her optimistic vitality was evident in every action. By all accounts, Leslie had the unique potential to become a sought-after specialist in medical laboratory diagnostics, and she would have, if not for a dramatic turn of events. Since childhood, Leslie had been accustomed to helping and caring for others. As the second of 5 daughters, she took on a maternal role when her mother, Rosalia Palacio, worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosalia remembered Leslie kicking her out of the kitchen when she tried to cook dinner after cleaning over 15 hotel rooms in a shift, gently urging her to rest. Leslie took it upon herself to prepare dinners, finding cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she made sure her family members were well fed, even when she was away, calling home to ensure everyone had eaten. For Leslie, family was her top priority, and she easily inspired her sisters with her energy and ideas. Even during the pandemic, Leslie didn't let her love of sports fade away. She organized workouts in her backyard and taught her mom various exercises. She also danced daily in front of the mirror with her sister to music. Leslie's passion for experimenting with hair colors and image inspired her to create a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. They started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own unique style. When Rosalia got laid off due to downsizing during the pandemic, Leslie suggested that her mom start her own small cleaning company. She promised to help her mom with cleaning services in her free time from work and school. At a family council, Leslie reassured her mom, "We'll be fine soon, you'll see." They came up with a name for the company, Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie's dreams were finally taking shape as their family firm landed its first contract. But on August 29, 2020, all their plans and dreams came to a halt. By the end of August 2020, Leslie had completed the lab assistant program, and the family firm received a large order. Feeling stressed and worried, Leslie decided it was time to take a break and enjoy an evening of dancing and fun. With pandemic restrictions slowly lifting and Las Vegas coming alive, she felt it was the perfect time to unwind. Leslie's friends refused to accompany her, even though people were gradually overcoming their fears and returning to their normal routines. They were still uneasy about being in crowded, enclosed spaces. Despite this, Leslie remained hopeful of finding someone to share a fun evening with, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to do something unexpected. To her surprise, Eric Rangel Ibarra responded to her post. Leslie and Eric's families had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized, making them childhood acquaintances, though they had never been close. Leslie was aware of Eric's interests and had received friendly texts from him in the past, but she had never reciprocated his attention. She had always been polite to him, though. Ordinarily, Leslie would have turned down Eric's offer to keep her company, but this time, she was eager to break the monotony of her daily life with a fun evening, so she decided to accept his proposal. Leslie's friends were busy, so she took Eric up on his offer to share Las Vegas nightlife stories. Despite some unease, she decided going out with Eric was better than staying solo. Leslie regularly checked in with her sister, detailing her whereabouts and activities. When she mentioned Eric wasn't drinking, Kayla joked about healthy living. Eric and Leslie's first destination was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. They arrived at 1:31 a.m. on August 29th in Eric's white Ford F-250, as shown by the surveillance footage reviewed by the police later. The couple spent about 25 minutes inside the casino, leaving at 1:56 a.m. After their casino visit, Leslie kept her sister updated on their activities, sending a message at 4:40 a.m. However, Leslie's next message was alarming, saying, "I need to talk to you about something shitty." Her sister inquired about the issue, but Leslie didn't respond. Instead, a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had started to type a response, but never sent it. Unfortunately, this was the last message Leslie sent during her lifetime. The following morning, Leslie still hadn't returned home, and her family grew increasingly worried as the hours passed. Initially, they assumed Leslie had spent the night at Eric's house, but as time went on, their confusion deepened. Eventually, the family decided to check on Leslie at Eric's house, where they stumbled upon a suspicious scene. Eric's mother and daughter were removing furniture, pretending they had only just learned that Leslie and Eric had been together the previous evening. Fortunately, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time, preventing a significant delay in the investigation. The police found bloodstains in the house and a messy bedroom, suggesting that Eric's mother and sister had spent the day packing up their belongings, including furniture, instead of cleaning up evidence of a crime. This indicated that they were not going on a short trip, but rather planning a long-term absence, likely to reunite with Eric and his father, Jose, who had fled to Mexico to avoid prosecution. When Mrs. Ibarra met the Palazzo family, she likely realized their chance to escape had passed, and the panicked mother and daughter began denying any knowledge of Leslie's evening with Eric. Their suspicious behavior aroused suspicion that something serious had occurred. Luckily, the Las Vegas police acted quickly, issuing a billing inquiry to track Leslie's movements from the previous night. Although it took time to receive the data, the Palazzo family didn't wait and launched a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. The community responded, sharing the information on social media, and surprisingly, many people, including Eric's mom, showed they cared. Detectives continued to question Mrs. Ibarra, seeking more information, and on August 31st, she went to the police station to file a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra claimed that her son, Eric, had left their home late on the evening of August 28th, returning the next morning, behaving strangely. She watched as he walked out the door again, but this time, he never came back. Police probed Leslie's disappearance and that of Eric and his dad. The Las Vegas police joined the case, searching for clues. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood, seeking surveillance cameras. They found cameras at a house opposite Jose Barr's home, which might yield crucial evidence. They also obtained billing records, tracking Leslie's movements on August 29th, shedding light on the mystery. Detectives discovered that the couple visited a casino and then went to a grill bar, arriving around 2:15 a.m. Leslie's cell phone was left behind at the bar, and records show that she left the establishment around 5:50 a.m. Shortly after, at 6:05 a.m., neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to their family home. The footage clearly showed that Leslie was heavily intoxicated as Eric assisted her out of the car and into the house. Later at 7:25 a.m., Eric and his father Jose were seen carrying Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet, out of the house and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drove away, while Jose hosed down the driveway to their house. This suggested that Eric and Jose were not missing persons, but rather fugitives trying to avoid justice. After reviewing the footage, police obtained a search warrant for Eric's home, leading to the discovery of additional evidence indicating that Leslie did not leave the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with strong cleaning products in an attempt to conceal evidence, and latex gloves and trash bags were also found. Furthermore, traces of blood were discovered on the floor and bed in Eric's room, strongly suggesting an assault. Without DNA testing, it was evident to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, the search for Leslie Palau focused on finding her body. Meanwhile, Eric and Jose were reported missing, and investigators worked to identify suspects. The Palacio family, shaken by the events, also took action. Roselia, Leslie's mother, reached out to the church community for help in searching for her daughter's body. As a result, search volunteers, flyers, and posters featuring Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Jose began circulating on social media, in newspapers, and on street poles. The family appealed to the public to assist in finding the two men involved in Leslie's death. The first significant breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader detected Eric's car just 6 miles from his home at 10 a.m., about 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. This discovery led investigators to believe that the body might be hidden within a 4-hour drive from Eric's home, possibly on the Nevada-Arizona border or in the Charleston Peak area. This was still a vast region, and detectives were eager for any additional information that could help them pinpoint a more specific location. Once again, luck was on their side when a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas captured footage of Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. 20 minutes later, the car reappeared with muddy tires. This discovery narrowed the search area and indicated that the body was likely to be found within 20 miles of the gas station. The presence of mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives searched the area, and on September 9th, during a second search, they found Leslie Palo's body hidden behind a bush. News outlets immediately broke the story. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio had been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she went missing. A reporter joined the broadcast providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its extremely hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains. As a result, forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals were horrified and fearful after Leslie's death, with some becoming too afraid to venture outside due to the constant thoughts of the notorious criminals involved in the murder. The day after Leslie's body was found, September 10th, a large crowd comprising friends, relatives, neighbors, and local residents gathered to pay their respects to her memory. They took the candles used in the nightly vigil and placed them in front of her house, expressing their desire for the perpetrator to face justice for his heinous act. At this point, the quest for justice was far from over. A major breakthrough in the case came when Eric's car was spotted in Moreno Valley, California. This led police to contact Eric's cousin, who revealed that he had driven Jose and his son to San Pedro, where they intended to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested the FBI's assistance due to jurisdictional issues they couldn't resolve on their own. Although the investigation slowed down in January 2021, there was a significant development months after the girls' remains were discovered. Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border, bringing relief that at least one fugitive was now in custody. Jose was quickly extradited back to Clark County, where he was charged with destroying evidence and being an accessory to murder. During questioning, Jose attempted to downplay his role in the crime, citing his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29th as the reason for their trip to Mexico. However, investigators presented surveillance video footage that contradicted his false claims, clearly showing him helping to carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Jose altered his testimony when confronted with the evidence. According to his revised account, he was working in the garage when Eric arrived with Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet. Jose claimed he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, believing Leslie had died from a drug overdose due to the lack of visible injuries. Initially, Jose told police that Eric had stated Leslie died from a drug overdose. Jose also recalled that Eric had suicidal thoughts and, as a concerned father, decided to take him to Mexico. When questioned about Eric's current location, Jose explained that after crossing into Mexico and boarding a bus, they were searched by Mexican authorities. Feeling frightened, they decided to separate, thinking it would be harder for authorities to track them down. As a result, Jose was willing to cooperate with the investigation, but genuinely had no idea where his son was. On June 18, 2021, Jose pleaded guilty to destroying evidence and being an accessory to murder. Despite the heinous nature of his crimes, he was sentenced to just 2 years at the Clark County Detention Center, a decision that shocked and outraged the community. The Palcio family was particularly appalled by the lenient sentence, which they considered unfair. During the sentencing hearing, Jose participated virtually, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They implored the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was insufficient punishment for an accessory to murder who had helped dispose of the body and conceal the perpetrator. Jose apologized to the Palcio family, stating that his love for his son had outweighed his moral obligations. He expressed remorse for his actions, but the Palcio family rejected his apology, citing that Eric's whereabouts remain unknown to this day, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released from detention on April 28, 2022. Ofalia Markarian, the Palcio family's attorney and representative, is outraged over the glaring injustice in the handling of Leslie's murder case. Despite the primary suspect remaining at large, the individual who aided in covering up the crime has been released from custody after serving a mere 8 months and 15 days over the past 3 years. The Palcio family is still awaiting justice, and Leslie's story highlights the flaws in the justice system, sparking concerns about the fairness of handling serious crimes. The family is determined to push for legal reform in Nevada, advocating for those involved in the murder to face longer prison sentences than 2 years. They hope the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where they will receive the punishment they deserve. Through media interviews, Ofalia Markarian is making a direct appeal to anyone with information about Eric's whereabouts in Mexico, urging them to come forward so the Palcio family can finally receive some measure of justice. The case of Ellie Costil. Alexandria Coastal, known as Ellie, was born on September 11, 1997 in St. Louis. As a blonde-haired girl, she grew up with the care and love of her parents, Cindy and Keith, who supported her endeavors. Ellie excelled academically and in sports like track and field and golf. Her dream was to attend the University of Mississippi, and she became a student there, living in a dormitory in Oxford and being popular among her peers. Friends and relatives described her as a lively and energetic person. Summer on campus is quiet, with few students remaining. Those who stay attend extra lectures or prepare for next year, then unwind at local bars and nightclubs in the evening. Ellie Costel, an upperclassman, stayed to improve her knowledge, and having just passed a key exam, was planning to celebrate with friends. A popular spot among young people in Oxford Square is a small bar that serves pizza and drinks. Its lively atmosphere, complete with dim lighting, loud music, and a colorful selection of drinks, makes it a place where the bartenders know many customers by name. On the evening of July 19th, Ellie met up with friends at this bar, where they chatted and had a good time. Despite her efforts to have fun, Ellie seemed tense and spent most of the evening texting someone on her phone. After having a couple of cocktails, she discreetly left the bar. This would be one of the last times Ellie Costel, a University of Mississippi student, was seen in public. On July 20th, 2019, around 10:30 a.m., police officers stumbled upon a young woman's body near an abandoned fishing camp by Sardis Lake, about 30 miles from the university, during their routine patrol. The victim had been shot 9 times in the back, and investigators found 11 shell casings at the scene. A purse containing a driver's license and a student ID belonging to 21-year-old Alexandria Costal, a University of Mississippi student, was found nearby on the roadside. Ellie's death shocked the University of Mississippi community. Her father confirmed the news on Facebook, saying police told them Saturday that she'd been a crime victim. Witness interviews established that a few days before the incident, Ellie's parents had visited her from St. Louis. during which she expressed her enthusiasm for the upcoming academic year at the university, with no reservations about staying on campus for the summer. Moreover, data from her Apple Watch revealed that following a phone conversation with her mother, Ellie sent several messages to Brandon. An examination of these messages revealed that 3 months prior to the incident, Ellie had confided in Brandon about some shocking news. Since Brandon was the last known person to have communicated with the victim, he became a person of interest to the police. A closer look at their messages further disclosed that Ellie and Brandon had been in an on-again, off-again romantic relationship. Brandon Feld, a tall, dark-haired young man with an athletic build, was also a student at the University of Mississippi, hailing from Fort Worth, Texas, and raised in a well-mannered family. In 2016, when Ellie met Brandon as a freshman, she fell for him immediately. The young couple started dating, but they never formally declared themselves as an official couple. While Ellie's feelings for Brandon were genuine, he never showed a serious commitment towards her. Ellie's friends knew that her relationship with Brandon was troubled. They frequently argued, even in public. The couple would often break up, only to get back together after a while. On April 12, 2019, Ellie told Brandon that she was pregnant, but he didn't respond. She sent him numerous texts and voice messages, but he ignored her. 3 months later, Brandon finally replied, saying that he didn't want a child because it would ruin his life. He refused to help or support Ellie, telling her to just take a pill or make a doctor's appointment to deal with the situation. Despite being deeply in love, Ellie desperately wanted to talk to Brandon in person, but he kept refusing. On the night of July 19th, Ellie went to a local bar with her friends at 11:52 p.m. Surveillance cameras showed her leaving the bar and taking a taxi home. About 30 minutes later, Brandon called her at 1:58 a.m. on July 20th. Ellie got into a vehicle, unaware that it would be her last ride. She headed to an abandoned fishing camp by Sardis Lake, where Brandon was waiting. The drive to the camp was supposed to take around 45 minutes. Witnesses reported hearing gunshots in that area between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m. On Sunday afternoon, investigators contacted Brandon Feld, requesting him to visit the police station to discuss Ellie Costio. Initially, he made excuses to avoid the meeting, but eventually promised to appear on Monday at 8:30 a.m. However, when Brandon failed to show up at the police station on Monday, July 22, 2019, investigators began tracking his phone's location. The data revealed that he was heading back to his home in Fort Worth, Texas. As a result, authorities issued an alert for his pickup truck. 2 days later, Brandon was finally arrested when he stopped at a gas station in Memphis. Brandon Feld, a 22-year-old, was arrested and charged with homicide in the local area. Despite this, his lawyer and father insisted that he was innocent. As the Oxford community tried to make sense of the violent death of one of their own, the death of Ellie Costio quickly drew national attention. Reporters from all over the country came to Oxford, eager to learn more about Ellie and the person accused of killing her. Brandon Feld maintained his innocence until the end, but the evidence was against him. A gun matching the shooting was found in his possession, along with bloody clothing. He had gone to Texas to get his father's gun, suggesting premeditation. His internet history showed searches for abortion services and ways to avoid punishment for a crime. A letter to his parents revealed his dark thoughts and feelings, where he mentioned that something in him just didn't work, and that he thought it was the end for him. Investigator Jared Bundren shared some previously known details about the shocking crime with the public. He revealed that Ellie had told Brandon she suspected she was pregnant, but Brandon didn't want her to have the baby. This led to numerous arguments between the couple, with Ellie wanting to meet in person to discuss the situation. Brandon refused to meet until the day of the incident. The police wanted to question Brandon and asked him to come to the station for questioning. However, Brandon resisted and made excuses for not being able to come in. Concerned, The police began tracking his cell phone and located him. They found that Brandon was heading to his home in Fort Worth, Texas. Authorities alerted nearby police departments, and Brandon was arrested when he stopped to refuel at a gas station in Memphis. Upon his arrest, the police found blood on him and a pistol in his truck that matched the weapon used in Ellie's murder. Despite Brandon's claims of innocence, the police charged him with the crime. Morgan acted quickly after hearing about the student's death, seeking guidance from administrators. She noted the university's past experiences with student suicides and accidents, but this was a new situation. Morgan briefly addressed Ellie's passing in class, alerted counselors, and allowed students to postpone exams if needed. She expressed sympathy, saying her heart went out to Ellie's parents and friends, stressing that parents shouldn't have to bury their children. As it turned out, Ellie Kotile, in her need for support, had told friends that she was pregnant with Brandon Thell's child. Her sisters knew she was pregnant and that she had told Brandon. A classmate said that he was very upset about it, worrying about how it would ruin his life and future. He was angry that she wouldn't have an abortion, but she said she didn't believe in that. Ellie tried to end her 17-week pregnancy using harmful methods like excessive drinking and substance use. Brandon knew but was seeing someone else. He wanted her to abortion, but she morally opposed it. He was abusive, frequently breaking up with her in anger, then returning apologetic and she'd take him back. Ellie Kotile's shocked friends and classmates struggled to cope with the news and paid tribute to their friend on social media. Her friend Anna Pasco mentioned that it was just hard for her because when she saw Ellie's face, all she could think about was what Ellie went through, what she thought, and what she said. Anna added that it was very, very difficult. On Thursday evening in her hometown of St. Louis, a memorial service was held for Ellie Kotile at the request of the community. However, no public statements were made in Oxford about memorial events. Only black ribbons encircling the majestic white column of the women's houses, including Alpha where Ellie lived, served as a reminder of the tragedy. The young student's demise unsettled the entire state. Despite withholding key facts for investigative purposes, several news agencies conducted in-depth investigations and uncovered surveillance footage of Ellie Costial near the location where her body was discovered early Saturday morning. The footage, captured on cameras, shows Costial with a man at a 24-hour store in the Harmontown area. A store's owner revealed that police visited his store on Sunday to review the surveillance footage. However, he claimed that the investigators didn't explain the reason for their visit and took some evidence with them when they left. According to him, the video footage is erased every 72 hours, making it impossible to retrieve the captured footage. The business owner expressed his shock, saying, "We've never had any problems or violent incidents here. This is a small town, it's quiet, everyone knows each other. This is just madness." Lafayette County Sheriff's Office keeps investigation details quiet to ensure the perpetrator is brought to justice, says Coroner Rocky Kennedy, who explains that revealing too much now could jeopardize the case. Kennedy shrugged off intense media scrutiny, saying every case is equally important and gets the same level of attention. Michelle Miller stressed the need to recognize relationship warning signs after Ellie's death, questioning if it could have been prevented. Brandon Theld was charged and sentenced to life, with parole possible at 65, now serving at the Mississippi State Penitentiary. Brandon Theld showed remorse at his trial, apologizing to Ellie Costial's family and his own for her death. A key piece of evidence was that Ellie was never pregnant, leaving us to wonder why she fabricated it. She seemed to believe the lie, hoping it would win Brandon's heart. Tragically, her loved ones still grieve. The case of Samadi Fonseca Fernandez. Samadi was born in Costa Rica in February 1975. Her family and early life are not well documented. She spent her childhood in an area called Cuba, where she lived with her mother, Sonia Fonseca. Samadi attended a local school, where she demonstrated a challenging and conflicted personality from an early age. She had difficulty accepting rejection and often used force or deception to get what she wanted. People who knew her recall that Samadi's striking appearance and perfect figure made it easy for her to charm men, but she struggled to maintain relationships. Her beauty and charisma were matched by her greed and vanity, which led her to prioritize material wealth and self-interest above all else. This attitude often discouraged potential partners. Additionally, Samadi became intensely jealous and aggressive after brief relationships. Samadi's doll-like appearance led to her working as a Barbie lookalike at a large Universal bookstore for several years. This earned her a flattering nickname that stuck with her throughout her life. After high school, Samadi had in love with a successful local TV journalist named Osvaldo Fernando Ballery, who was 16 years her senior. Samadi had a long and serious relationship with Osvaldo, with whom she had 2 children, Christopher and Christina. However, due to constant scandals and jealousy, they separated in 2012. After Osvaldo's sudden death, it was discovered that he had not included Samadi in his will. Samadi took matters into her own hands and seized Osvaldo's house, changing the locks to prevent his relatives and heirs from entering. She also took some valuable items that belonged to Osvaldo. His family members were outraged and went to court to accuse Samadi of theft. The police eventually forced Samadi to leave the house, but she was not charged with a crime. Samadi had other relationships, including one with Miguel Angel Perez, with whom she had a daughter named Maria. This relationship was reportedly official, but ended in divorce after a few years. Samadi allegedly gave her youngest daughter her lover's surname without his knowledge or consent, contradicting claims that she was unmarried at the time. Interestingly, some of her lovers have mysteriously disappeared or died under unclear circumstances, yet this trend went unnoticed for a long time. For instance, one of Samadi's lovers went missing shortly after deciding to end their relationship with the reportedly temperamental and aggressive woman. Despite relative suspicions of her involvement, his disappearance remains unsolved due to lack of concrete evidence. Another former lover, Diaco, met a tragic end after breaking up with Samadi. His murder was initially attributed to a botched robbery, but the perpetrators were never caught. Speculations about Samadi's role in the crime persisted, albeit without solid proof. Her most notable alleged victim was Gerardo Cruz, a Costa Rican native born in December 1992 in San Jose. Gerardo never knew his biological father, who left the family before his birth. His mother, Ana Patricia, later married Hermes Rodriguez, who adopted and raised Gerardo as his own. Gerardo's younger sister, Milena, was born a few years after him. He had a peaceful and carefree childhood and youth. Gerardo attended a regular school, enjoyed motorcycles, and met his true love, Carol, at a young age. By 23, he, Carol, and their 4-year-old daughter Genesis moved into his aunt and uncle's house in San Sebastian, a suburb of the city. Gerardo took a job at a local bakery to support his family. They were happy, especially with the news of a second child on the way. In the summer of 2015, Gerardo met Samadi, a 40-year-old woman who regularly visited the bakery. She was attractive, fashionably dressed, and flirtatious. As Samadi aged, she began to have relationships with younger men, likely flattered by their attention. Despite their nearly 20-year age difference, Gerardo became infatuated with Samadi and started secretly meeting with her. She visited the bakery almost daily, catching the attention of other employees. Samadi often brought her 19-year-old daughter, Christina, to the bakery. Initially, Gerardo balanced his family life and secret meetings with Samadi without either woman knowing about the other. However, Gerardo soon let his guard down, boasting to friends and colleagues about his relationship with Samadi, describing her as a terrific mistress who spoiled him with gifts. Rumors about Gerardo's affair soon reached his mother, who attempted to persuade him to end the relationship. The affair was short-lived, ending in October 2015, when Samadi discovered that his mistress, Gerardo, was married with a pregnant wife and a young daughter. Upon learning this, Samadi became enraged. She began harassing Carol, Gerardo's wife, with threatening calls and messages, warning her that Gerardo would be harmed if he didn't return to her exclusively. Gerardo apologized to his wife and reconciled, keeping their family intact. He underestimated Samadi's malice, thinking she would move on and calm down after the breakup. However, Samadi's vindictiveness was more intense than Gerardo anticipated. Shortly after the breakup, Gerardo witnessed a disturbing incident. While walking downtown, Gerardo noticed an older man secretly filming under a young girl's mini-skirt with his phone. Outraged, Gerardo took out his phone to record the scene. He then approached she, told her what was happening, and advised her to report the incident to the police. Gerardo chased the man for about 2 minutes, trying to get a clear shot of his face on camera. During the chase, Gerardo asked loudly if the man was enjoying taking photos of his sister's underwear without their consent. The man eventually jumped into a taxi and escaped. That night, Gerardo posted the video on his social media page, and it quickly went viral. Internet users identified the man as Luis Solmano Delgado, a former Ministry of Finance employee. As a result, Gerardo became a national celebrity, giving daily interviews to newspapers and appearing on TV and radio shows. He condemned Delgado's actions and stated that he had no regrets about exposing him. However, Delgado's lawyers began working against Gerardo, accusing him of violating the law by distributing the video. They prepared a lawsuit against him, which left Gerardo surprised and confused. He couldn't understand why he was being judged for exposing his actions, rather than the man being held accountable for his behavior. Gerardo's last interview was on October 7th at a local radio station. Feeling confident and believing he had nothing to hide, he spoke openly. The following day, Gerardo had plans to meet his friend Oswald after work, but he suddenly canceled, citing an unexpected emergency. It was later revealed that he had received a message from Samadi, luring him to the park that evening under the pretext of another interview. Gerardo had no reason to suspect anything was amiss and trusted his former lover. After finishing work, he went to the agreed meeting point, but instead of journalists, 2 unknown men were waiting. They took his bag, assaulted him, stabbed him multiple times in the chest and stomach, and then fled. Before losing consciousness, Gerardo managed to call a friend and report the incident. The friend immediately alerted the police and medical services. Thanks to the swift response, Gerardo was rushed to the hospital, where doctors fought to save his life for 42 days. He underwent numerous operations, but unfortunately, they were unable to save him. Gerardo passed away on November 19th in the intensive care unit. Initially, multiple theories emerged about the crime. The first theory suggested it was a robbery murder. Gerardo was indeed attacked in the park at night, his bag was stolen, and he was stabbed with a knife, which made it appear to be a typical theft. However, just a few days before, Gerardo had released a sensational video that compromised a well-known former government official, leading to a second theory, that the murder was an act of revenge. The media openly speculated that the former government official may have hired hitmen to kill the young man who had damaged his reputation. The murder sparked intense debate in the press, with protesters demanding that the perpetrators be caught and brought to justice. The police explored various theories, searching for other potential enemies of Gerardo. For months, the investigation stalled. However, in May 2016, a breakthrough came when footage from a street surveillance camera was discovered. The video showed 2 men fleeing the scene where Gerardo was fatally attacked. These individuals immediately became the prime suspects, and the police worked to identify and apprehend them. The footage proved to be crucial evidence, and once it was made public, the case started to move forward. It was repeatedly shown on news programs, with viewers asked to take a close look as the individuals could be dangerous. Police created rough sketches of the suspects and described their physical characteristics. One of the suspects soon came forward, hoping that cooperating with the investigation would lead to a reduced sentence. The information provided by the cooperating suspect led investigators to several accomplices and the crime's organizers, Samadhi and her daughter Christina. All individuals involved in the crime were eventually taken into custody. Those arrested included Ronald Archie, a cab driver who helped locate the perpetrators, Cesar Chavez, a laborer who acted as an intermediary, and Omar Costa, a young miner who directly participated in the attack and had been tracking the victim on the day of the incident. The investigation revealed the roles and connections of all parties involved through phone records and text messages. Samadhi, who had meticulously planned the crime, had enlisted the help of her daughter Christina. Together, they recruited friends Ronald and Cesar to find hitmen to kill Gerardo, staging it to look like a botched robbery in a nighttime park. They were later joined by Omar, who was responsible for ensuring the victim went to the prearranged location. Samadhi personally chose October 7th as the date for the massacre. On that day, she was in frequent contact with all parties involved, assigning roles and verifying that everyone adhered to the plan. Gerardo was attacked, stabbed multiple times, and robbed of his bag and jacket. These stolen items were later given to the police as evidence. The primary evidence against Samadhi was a series of text messages detailing the murder plan and each participant's role. Samadhi was so confident she wouldn't get caught that she didn't bother deleting the incriminating messages. Her motive for the crime was jealousy. She didn't want to share her lover with his wife. If she couldn't have him, no one would. She carefully planned the crime, involving her own daughter, who assisted her throughout. Samadhi and her daughter were immediately arrested, with no possibility of bail due to the risk of them fleeing the country. Their accomplices were also detained, except for Omar, the youngest participant, who was handed over to juvenile authorities. The investigation spanned a year and a half, concluding in December 2017 when the trial of all parties involved in the criminal conspiracy commenced. It was revealed that Samadhi had a history of run-ins with the law, including a prior arrest for forging documents to obtain state benefits, for which she received only a fine. New information also emerged about Miguel Angel Perez, ex-husband of Samadhi. It was discovered that Samadhi had given their child Perez's surname without his consent. She then successfully petitioned the court to order him to pay child support, which he did for over 3 years. However, it was later uncovered that the entire process had been fraudulent. As a result, Samadhi was sentenced to 3 years in prison and a substantial fine. During the trial, Gerardo's wife testified that she had been aware of his affair with Samadhi. She stated that Samadhi had threatened Gerardo with death, but he had not taken these threats seriously. The primary motive behind the crime, as previously stated, was Samadhi's jealousy and wounded pride, stemming from her inability to accept that her younger lover had chosen to remain with his wife. Thanks to phone records, it was discovered that the mother and daughter had planned the crime together. Additionally, after the release of the CCTV footage showing the killers, Christine had a nervous breakdown. She called her mother, sobbing, and was close to going to the police to confess. However, her mother calmed her down, assuring her that the investigation would not lead to them. The verdict was announced on January 23, 2018. According to the court's decision, Samadhi was sentenced to 30 years in prison, while Christina, Ronald, and Cesar each received 25-year prison sentences. One of the killers was sent to a juvenile detention center, and the other had not been found at the time. Omar, who had been stalking the victim, was acquitted. The victim's family was awarded $140,000 in compensation for their loss. After the verdict, the family expressed gratitude to the court for the fair punishment of Gerardo's killers. However, it soon became known that Samadhi and Christina's lawyers had filed an appeal to reduce their sentences. As a result, each participant's sentence was reduced by 5 years. Samadhi is currently serving her 25-year sentence in a Costa Rican women's prison. The case of Lindsay Burbeck. Lindsay was born in Blackburn, Lancashire, northwest England. She and her husband, Tim Burbeck, separated in July 2018, but they continued living together until March 2019. At that time, Lindsay moved to a new home on Burnley Road in Hanko. As a mother, Lindsay cared for her 2 adult children, Divin, 20, and Sarah, 17. Professionally, she worked as a teacher's aide at Atton Hill Elementary School in Burnley. She enjoyed being around children and was known for her artistic talent. Lindsay would often go the extra mile to create impressive props for school productions. On August 12, Lindsay went for a walk in the wooded area of Coppice, near her Hanko home. However, when her daughter Sarah and Sarah's boyfriend Brandon arrived at the house for a scheduled tea party, Lindsay was nowhere to be found. This was unusual, as Lindsay was not one to forget appointments. Sarah tried calling Lindsay multiple times, but there was no answer. She sent Lindsay a text message saying, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times." When Lindsay didn't respond, Sarah sent another message with a series of question marks, but still received no reply. After waiting for an hour outside Lindsay's house, Sarah called her father, Tim Burbeck, since her mother was not home and not answering her phone. Tim took Sarah and her brother Brandon to his house around midnight. Later, Sarah and Tim went back to Lindsay's house with a spare set of keys, but Lindsay was nowhere to be found. The house looked undisturbed, and there were no signs of anything out of the ordinary or a note explaining Lindsay's whereabouts. At 12:11 a.m. on August 13th, Tim contacted the police to report Lindsay missing, stating, "Lindsay seems to be missing. We can't find her." Lindsay's disappearance shocked the community, prompting a massive search effort. Hundreds of people, including families with strollers and teenagers, joined the search, even if they didn't know Lindsay personally. After days of searching, posting on social media, and putting up posters, the community gathered at a local spot called Coppice for 2 days, hoping to find a clue to help solve the mystery of Lindsay's disappearance. The search continued non-stop despite the challenges. Thousands of posters with Lindsay's picture were distributed throughout the neighborhood. A Facebook group to aid the search gained 10,000 members. Posters soon appeared everywhere, including lamp posts, storefronts, and traffic lights, asking for help in finding Lindsay. Police launched a thorough investigation into Lindsay's disappearance, conducting extensive searches around her house and the surrounding countryside. A team of specialists, including police officers, dog handlers, firefighters, and mountain rescue volunteers, scoured the area. They also deployed drones and helicopters to cover a wide range, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay went missing, police released CCTV footage showing her last seen walking along Burnley Road towards Coppice at 4:10 p.m. She was wearing a distinctive purple jacket, black leggings, and dark sneakers with white soles. As a week passed since her disappearance, hopes of finding Lindsay alive began to dwindle. Despite the efforts of the police, her whereabouts remained a mystery. However, the police emphasized that there was no evidence to suggest she was the victim of a crime, leaving a glimmer of hope that she might still be found alive. That evening, hundreds of local residents joined forces for the first mass public search of Coppice, following a rallying call on social media. A local resident's dog ran into the woods at Errington Cemetery, prompting its owner to follow. The dog didn't respond to its owner's calls, instead hiding its head in the bushes and sniffing at something. As the owner approached, they felt something soft underfoot, which frightened them. A terrible smell and swarming flies surrounded a plastic bag, with what appeared to be a foot visible. On August 24th, Lindsay Bobek's body was discovered 12 days after her disappearance. Her naked body was buried in the cemetery, wrapped in 2 clear plastic bags and mixed with earth and grass, in a shallow grave. With this discovery, the search for Lindsay Bobek was concluded, and a murder investigation officially began. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter conducted an autopsy and found that the cause of death was a broken neck, likely caused by a forceful blow from a foot or knee. The trauma was so severe that the entire larynx was crushed. Additionally, it appeared that someone had attempted to cut off the right leg after death, possibly using a saw, leaving a large laceration that cut down to the bone. Due to the poor condition of the body, Dr. Carter had difficulty determining the full extent of the injuries. While she couldn't rule out the possibility of sexual activity on the day of the disappearance, the level of decomposition made it impossible to confirm. Before the body was found, the area had been searched by police and community volunteers for several days, but nothing was discovered. A blue wheelie garbage can was spotted in nearby bushes, but its significance was not yet realized at that stage of the investigation. Volunteers searched the cemetery on August 20th at 9 p.m. and found a dumpster with a dark stain that they suspected might be blood. They took pictures and called the police, who arrived to inspect the dumpster. However, the police officers thought the dark stain was just dirt and noted that the dumpster looked new. With no evidence linking it to Lindsay's disappearance, they left it in place. Other clues were found in the cemetery but weren't immediately considered significant. Christine Alderson, a local resident, discovered a bloody cloth on the grass on August 18th while walking her dogs. She believed the blood was fresh but thought it might belong to a homeless man who often visited the area. Judith Bibby, another dog walker, reported seeing what was likely Lindsay's jacket hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cardiel Hill Trail. On August 25th, investigators returned to the crime scene and discovered a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave. The gloves had blood on them and were sent for forensic testing. The test results showed that the gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside and Lindsay's DNA on the outside of the left glove. Additionally, investigators found a pair of Lindsay's Skechers sneakers in a blue plastic bag in the cemetery. The shoes had been cut along the sole. Further examination revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in plastic sheeting, with foliage and grass that didn't match the cemetery grounds between her body and the sheeting. This led investigators to believe that Lindsay's body had been moved from another location. The discovery of the moved body led detectives to recall a blue trash can that had caught the attention of volunteers. Upon reviewing CCTV footage, police officers made a surprising discovery that left the investigation team perplexed. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burley Road area over the course of a few days. A CCTV camera caught the same individual returning to the cemetery on 4 separate occasions. This footage helped identify a suspect. A video of the young man carrying a trash can down the street, possibly containing Lindsay's body, gained widespread attention. The video was broadcast on the news with a request for help identifying the individual, which proved successful. The individual in the video was identified as Rocky Marciano Rocky, a local resident who lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Arrington. The Rocky family had resided in this home for approximately 3 decades. Rocky struggled with a range of mental health issues, including autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity, which he had experienced since childhood. Additionally, his low IQ presented challenges with learning and communication. Rocky attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week, where teachers described him as a quiet and nonverbal student. In 2015, a psychologist evaluated Rocky and found he had difficulty understanding his emotions and how they related to events. A 2016 report noted that Rocky was unresponsive to strangers and required constant supervision. According to Timothy Bradley, a teacher at his school, Rocky showed little interest in academics, preferring practical activities. He rarely engaged in conversations, even about topics that interested him. Rocky was physically strong and enjoyed activities like going to the gym, caring for chickens, and playing Xbox. Rocky often seemed detached from reality and unaware of his actions. His attack on Lindsay Bobek appeared to be motivated by a desire to kill a woman, and she happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The murder was a random act committed by a stranger. On August 12, 2020, 1 year after the crime, Rocky Marciano went on trial. After an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered a unanimous guilty verdict. Rocky, 17, showed no reaction via video link from Her Majesty's Prison, Wetherby. His parents, present in court, also remained expressionless. Rocky had pleaded guilty to aiding in the disposal of Lindsay's body but denied any role in her death. He claimed a male stranger approached him and offered a fee to help bury she. In a prepared statement, Rocky admitted to moving the garbage can and burying the body, but maintained he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, evidence collected from his home in Arrington, including identical plastic bags found at Lindsay's grave and a tracksuit matching the one he wore in surveillance footage from August 12, 16, and 17, contradicted his claims. Defense attorney Mark Van Hull stated to the jurors that although Rocky committed a reprehensible act by burying her body in the cemetery, he maintains that Rocky was not responsible for her death, despite the substantial evidence against him. The judge sentenced Rocky to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will be eligible for release only when the parole board determines he is no longer a danger to society. The judge described the attack as swift and brutal and stated that Rocky clearly intended to kill a woman who was walking in the area just minutes before Lindsay's murder. Security footage shows that Rocky Price made 2 return visits to the location where Lindsay was killed on the evening of August 12. At 6:55 p.m., he was captured on CCTV carrying a black backpack, likely containing a saw to dismember the victim's body. At 8:28 p.m., he was seen at the same location where he would eventually dispose of the body. With no visible signs of panic or distress, Rocky Price carried out a calculated plan to dispose of Lindsay's body. He carefully placed it in a blue trash can, wrapping it in 2 plastic bags, before burying it in a shallow grave at Arrington Cemetery. The fact that he stalked another woman before killing Lindsay Bobek indicates that his crime was premeditated, rather than a spontaneous loss of control. Lindsay's funeral took place at St. Margaret's Church in Hapton on September 20th. Over 200 people attended the service, which was briefly interrupted by police stopping traffic on Manchester Road to allow Lindsay's coffin, adorned with flowers, to be carried into the church. The scene was filled with dozens of bouquets from friends, family, and strangers who were moved by Lindsay's story. Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student at Augusta University College of Nursing in Athens, went for a run on February 22, 2024, but never returned. Her body was found near the university campus. Born on January 10, 2002, in Marietta, Georgia, Laken was the daughter of Jason Riley and Allison Phillips. She had 3 siblings. She graduated from River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, in 2020, where she actively participated in the cross-country team, demonstrating her dedication to fitness and health. After finishing high school, Laken started her studies at Augusta University to pursue a nursing degree, reflecting her desire to enter the healthcare field. At Augusta University, she remained focused on her studies and was well liked for her lively personality and commitment to learning. Her friends and family described her as a cherished daughter and sister with a promising future. On February 22nd, at 8:55 a.m., she sent her mother, Allison, a text saying that she was about to go for a run and asked if her mother was free to talk. A doorbell camera recorded Lakin leaving the house where she lived with other female students near the university. Lakin loved running, and morning jogs were an essential part of her daily routine. At 9:24 a.m., Allison read the message and attempted to call her daughter, Lakin, but there was no answer. At that moment, Allison assumed Lakin was out running and just didn't hear the phone. 14 minutes later, Allison sent Lakin a text. She tried calling again, but still, there was no response. At 9:58 a.m., Allison texted again, expressing her concern. Both Lakin's sister and mother continued to reach out, but none of their attempts were successful. 2 more hours went by. Calls from Lakin's stepfather also went unanswered. It was clear something was wrong, as Lakin usually kept in touch with her family and her runs should not have lasted more than 3 hours. At 12:05 p.m., they reported Lakin missing to the police. 30 minutes later, Lakin's body was discovered in a wooded area near the lake where she had been jogging. By the time the police found her, Allison and Lakin's sister were already at the scene. An autopsy determined that Lakin Riley died from severe head injuries and asphyxia. She had multiple significant injuries to her head. As a result, the investigation into her disappearance was changed to a homicide investigation to identify the person responsible for her death. On the morning of her death, a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. Just 10 minutes later, at 9:05 a.m., security cameras captured her running with her phone in her left hand, heading toward the area where she was later discovered. At 9:06 a.m., she ran out of the camera's view. Data from her smartwatch indicated that her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., which was 22 minutes after she disappeared from the camera's sight. Moreover, Lakin made a 911 call before she passed away, 5 minutes after she went out of view. The dispatcher who answered the call did not have time to respond before the call ended. Following protocol, the 911 dispatcher attempted to call Lakin back twice, but there was no answer on either occasion. During the early stages of the investigation, police searched the area around the trail where Lakin's body was found and spoke to potential witnesses who might have seen or heard anything unusual. Several individuals reported seeing a suspicious man, who was also captured on surveillance camera. The video showed him disposing of his jacket just 15 minutes after Lakin's death. Along with witness accounts and the surveillance footage, forensic analysis was vital in identifying the suspect. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the crime scene, including under Lakin's fingernails, which suggested she had fought back. The forensic team also looked for trace evidence on items found near her body that could connect the suspect to the murder. Police quickly identified the man in the footage as 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra, who is from Venezuela. He had entered the United States illegally on September 8, 2022. Customs and Border Protection encountered Jose after he crossed the southern U.S. border near El Paso, Texas. He was paroled and released for further processing. Officials noted that Jose initially stayed at a migrant shelter before traveling across the country. Jose was arrested by the New York Police Department on September 14, 2023. He faced charges for endangering a child under 17 years old and violating motor vehicle laws. He reportedly had a child riding on his moped without a helmet. He was released by New York authorities before a detainer could be placed on him. Following this, Jose moved to Georgia with his brother, Diego Ibarra. Diego, 29, has a history with a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. He was arrested for possessing a fake green card, which he used to secure employment at the University of Georgia. Prosecutors indicated that Diego shows signs of gang affiliation through his tattoos, clothing, and the use of gang symbols in his social media photos. The gang is linked to recent violent incidents involving law enforcement, civilians in New York and other parts of the United States. This includes a series of violent phone robberies in New York City, where gang members on mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground to steal their devices. He also has gang-related tattoos, including a 5-point crown on the left side of his neck and 5 pointed stars on the right side. There are also images of him posing with handguns. Prosecutors have deemed this a clear legal violation because he is an undocumented immigrant and, as such, is prohibited from owning firearms in the U.S. In Georgia, Jose lived in an apartment complex about a mile from the wooded area where Lake and Riley's bodies were discovered. Prior to the attack on Laken, he had been arrested for shoplifting at a local Walmart but was released while awaiting trial. In December 2023, a warrant was issued for his arrest after he did not show up in court for the theft case. If Jose had been arrested on the existing warrant, the attack on Laken might have been prevented. Witnesses reported seeing him on campus in areas often visited by students. Furthermore, investigators used cell phone data and other digital evidence to track his presence near the site of Laken's deaths. After obtaining sufficient evidence connecting Jose to the crime scene, law enforcement arrested him. He appeared with scratches on his hands from struggling with Laken. Jose faces multiple charges: 3 counts of felony murder, attempted murder, false imprisonment, kidnapping, aggravated assault with intent to commit abuse, obstructing a 911 call, concealing the death of another person, and voyeurism. On the day of Laken's murder, Jose also looked into the window of an apartment in a university housing building, which led to the peeping charge. Laken Riley's funeral took place on March 1, 2024 in Woodstock City Church. Following Laken's passing, she gained unexpected and unwanted notoriety. Many who heard about her were largely unaware of her life and focused instead on her death and its chaotic aftermath. Those nearest to her were understandably hesitant to participate in interviews. Near the spot where Laken took her final run in Athens, a wooden sign by Lake Herrick was altered with black tape to change Lake to Laken. The circumstances surrounding Laken Riley's murder and the immigration status of the accused quickly became a focal point for some prominent Republicans, who blamed immigrants for crime and criticized the Biden administration's approach to the southern border. The heartbreaking loss of Laken resonated deeply with Georgians and ignited national outrage. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp criticized President Joe Biden's policies, claiming they have made every state a border state. He called for information to help protect citizens, arguing that the federal government is failing to do so. House Speaker Mike Johnson added that the killer of a victim named Laken was among the many illegal immigrants released by the Biden administration. During a campaign event in Georgia, Donald Trump met with Laken's family. Trump mentioned Riley during his speech for the Republican Party's presidential nomination. Riley, along with other women and girls reportedly killed by illegal immigrants including Jocelyn Nungary, a 12-year-old Houston girl killed in June 2024, were heavily featured in Trump's 2024 presidential campaign and his political advertisements on illegal immigration and border security. Trump claimed that if Biden had maintained stricter border controls, Riley would still be alive today. He emphasized that the murderer was an illegal immigrant who shouldn't have been in the country, suggesting that under his presidency, such individuals wouldn't have entered the U.S. On March 7, 2024, the House passed the Laken Riley Act by a vote of 251 to 170, with 37 Democrats joining all Republicans in support of the bill. If enacted, the Laken Riley Act would require the federal detention of illegal immigrants arrested for theft or burglary and would allow states to sue the federal government for failing to enforce immigration laws. The bill has stalled due to opposition in the Democratic-controlled Senate of the 118th Congress. On May 8, 2024, Jose Antonio Ibarra was charged with 10 counts and pleaded not guilty to all. He was denied bail, and his trial was scheduled to start on November 13th with jury selection. However, during a pre-trial hearing, he chose to waive his right to a jury trial and requested a bench trial instead. Family members of Laken attended the courtroom. Her mother, Allison Phillips, urged Judge Patrick Haggard to impose a harsh sentence on Jose Ibarra. Allison stated during her victim impact statement that the pain, suffering, loss they had experienced was endless and would continue. She added that the sick, twisted coward had shown no regard for Laken or for human life, and they requested that he face the same consequences. Allison described her daughter as smart, hardworking, kind, thoughtful, and, most importantly, a child of God. She mentioned that her daughter had participated in mission trips and cared for the elderly in nursing homes. She expressed that Jose had stolen their opportunity to see Laken graduate from nursing school, robbed them of meeting their future son-in-law, and deprived them of experiencing their grandchildren's lives. Moreover, she added that he had taken away her best friend. Lauren Phillips, Lakin's younger sister, shared that she had gotten into her dream school, the University of Georgia, but had missed hearing her sister express her pride and the opportunity to live in the same town again. Lauren described Lakin as more than just a sister, stating that she was a best friend and a role model. She expressed how much she would miss Lakin's infectious laugh, her smile, and the daily good morning messages. The tragedy also made her feel unsafe, as she said that she couldn't walk around her college campus because she was terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. She referred to Jose as a monster and firmly believed he was responsible for her sister's death. Lakin's stepfather, John Phillips, became emotional as he read one of the last journal entries from Lakin addressed to her future husband. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Lakin wrote. John remarked that this journal entry was just a small glimpse of what was tragically and brutally taken from her. On Friday, November 15th, the trial began, with prosecutors detailing how Lakin fought for her life and dignity against Jose that day. Prosecutor Sheila Ross stated that when Jose encountered Lakin, she resisted him. However, when she refused to submit, he repeatedly struck her skull with a rock. Defense attorney John Donnelly acknowledged in his opening argument that Lakin's death was a tragedy and described the evidence as graphic and disturbing. However, he argued that there was not enough evidence to prove it was a homicide by Jose and questioned how his client's fingerprints could be found on the phone if he had been wearing gloves. Donnelly asserted, "The evidence is strong that Lakin Riley was murdered, but the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Lakin is circumstantial." Jose Antonio Ibarra, a Venezuelan national without U.S. citizenship, has no known ties to the students or a history of violent crime. Investigators classified Lakin's death as a crime of opportunity. The prosecutor presented evidence showing Jose's DNA was found under Lakin Riley's fingernails and his fingerprint was on her phone screen. A medical examiner from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation reported that Lakin had multiple injuries, including scratches, bruises, and cuts on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Prosecutor Sheila Ross claimed that Jose struck Lakin in the head with a rock, and Lakin's DNA was recovered from 2 rocks at the crime scene. A DNA expert testified that a jacket found in a trash can at Jose's apartment complex had a bloodstain that was positive for Lakin's DNA, and Jose's DNA was also present on the jacket. On November 20th, 2024, Judge Patrick Haggard found Jose Antonio Ibarra guilty of all charges and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, he received a second life sentence and 27 years in prison, to be served consecutively. District Attorney Deborah Gonzalez, whose circuit includes Athens-Clarke County, commented, "That day, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice took precedence over political factors. While no sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, they hope it brings some measure of justice to Lakin's family and the community." She concluded by expressing her sympathy, stating, "Their hearts remain with Lakin's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss." Lakin Riley was recently recognized on the Fall Dean's List and received her honorary white coat in August, which represents humanism, compassion, and the beginning of her nursing career, according to a statement from the nursing college on Facebook. She was expected to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing expressed their sorrow, stating, "They will miss Lakin's spirit on campus. Their hearts go out to her family, friends. They know she would have made an excellent nurse. Her passing is a loss for both the profession and the communities she would have served." Francisca Gonzalez Navarro was born in 1966 in Santander, a small town in Murcia, Spain. She was raised in a devout Catholic family, with her parents, 2 sisters, and a brother. Life in Santander was steeped in religious traditions and conservative values. However, her family was not as happy as it appeared, as it was rumored that her father suffered from alcoholism, which had a lasting impact on her upbringing. Francisca has completed her basic education and is someone who pays great attention to her appearance. This focus on her looks became even more pronounced after a comment from her brother about her weight. According to Francisca's mother, she had several romantic relationships during her teenage years, including one with a wealthy foreigner. At 18, she met Jose Ruiz, and the two quickly began a romantic relationship. After nearly 2 years together, Francisca became pregnant, and they married in a civil ceremony in 1987. Their first child, Jose Carlos, was born shortly after. Francisca later revealed that during their courtship, her husband, Jose, had been involved in group encounters with escorts. Although he initially distanced himself from this lifestyle, it resurfaced after their marriage. He introduced her to partner swapping and visits to clubs catering to such activities. In 1996, 9 years after their civil wedding, they celebrated a formal Catholic ceremony with a large event. That same year, their second son, Francisco Miguel, was born, and 2 years later, in 1998, their third child, Adrian Leroy, arrived. As the family grows larger, family problems also increase. Jose worked as an international truck driver, often traveling for long periods, which left Francisca to manage the household alone. His frequent absences fueled her jealousy, leading her to track his movements, sometimes going as far as disguising herself and using taxis to follow him. Their relationship deteriorated, marked by frequent arguments, both over the phone and in person, some of which turned physical. Francisca later spoke of enduring psychological abuse. Feeling neglected, she coped by indulging in compulsive shopping, often buying clothes and lingerie in an attempt to regain her husband's attention. Her resentment deepened, and her mental health continued to crumble. She became dependent on alcohol and banned substances. Between 1990 and 1999, medical records documented Francisca's struggles with anxiety, insomnia, and anemia. During her mental breakdown, it was her children who suffered the most. She became harsh and physically abusive, a stark contrast to the supportive mother her children needed. By 2002, her eldest son, Carlos, then just 14, had taken on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. He managed their daily needs, including cooking and hygiene, while their home life grew increasingly chaotic. Despite the instability, no one could have foreseen the tragedy that was about to unfold. Francisca suspected that her husband, Jose, was being unfaithful. She followed him to an industrial park, where she thought she saw him with another woman. This suspicion proved to be the final straw in their already rocky marriage. When Jose announced he was leaving for a trucking job in France, Francisca ominously warned him that she would make him suffer more than he had ever hurt her. Although he departed, their arguments continued over the phone. Back at home, Francisca spiraled further into substance abuse. On Friday, January 18, 2002, Francisca stayed in bed, claiming to have flu symptoms, but later took her children to the park. That night, Carlos did his chores as usual, while the younger children, Francisco and Adrian, slept in bed with their mother. In the early hours of Saturday, January 19th, the house was jolted awake by the screams of Francisco and Adrian. Hearing the commotion, Carlos stayed in bed, assuming it was another instance of his mother's violent outbursts, a situation that had sadly become routine in their household. He had no idea of the horrifying reality unfolding. That morning, there were conflicting accounts of what happened. In one version, Carlos attempted to wake his younger brothers, only to find them unresponsive and lifeless. Panicked, he ran to inform nearby relatives while Francisca contacted the police. Another account suggests that Carlos was awakened by strange noises and discovered the tragic scene himself. A third version claims that Francisca woke him, alleging a robbery had taken place and urging him to call for help. When the authorities arrived, they encountered a horrifying and tragic scene. The two boys, Francisco and Adrian, were found in the master bed with visible signs of violence. Bruises and pressure marks suggested they had been asphyxiated. Investigators immediately began working to determine what had occurred during the night and to identify the person responsible. Francisca initially claimed that a group of Ecuadorian men had broken into the home through the balcony window with the intention of robbing it. She stated that she tried to defend her children using a can of pepper spray, but the intruders overpowered her, took the spray, and rendered her unconscious. She explained that this was why she was unable to protect her sons. In an interview, one of the officers noted that while Francisca appeared agitated, she did not seem deeply grief-stricken. Even more concerning was her effort to direct the officer's attention to specific details, raising suspicions that she might be attempting to influence the investigation. While Francisca and Carlos received psychological support from Murcia's social services, the police began gathering statements from extended family and neighbors. Once Francisca was physically stable, she was taken to a forensic institute for a medical evaluation. The purpose of this examination was to investigate her claim of being exposed to paralyzing gas and to assess the scratches on her face and wrists. Initial reports revealed that during her emergency call, Francisca repeatedly cried out that her children had been taken from her. Francisca's husband, Jose, who was abroad at the time, immediately returned to Santamara upon hearing the tragic news. Initially, Francisca claimed that intruders had killed her children and stolen some jewelry. She alleged that unfamiliar foreign men had been loitering near their house in the days before the incident, and she mentioned changing the door locks after discovering evidence of tampering. Francisca suggested to investigators that the attack might have been a warning or an act of revenge linked to her husband's alleged involvement in banned substance trafficking. However, her story began to unravel under scrutiny. As detectives pressed her for details, inconsistencies emerged. At first, she stated that 2 men had broken in, but later claimed it was just one. She asserted that the scratches on her face were from a struggle, but also insisted that the attackers wore gloves. These contradictions raised suspicions, and after 12 hours of questioning, suspicion shifted toward her. Statements from her son, Carlos, and neighbors further undermined her account. They described her as emotionally unstable and prone to violent behavior. Additionally, the autopsy results contradicted her claims. The time of death for her sons, Francisco and Adrian, was determined to be between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., several hours earlier than the time frame she had reported for the supposed burglary. Forensic evidence further incriminated Francisca. Tissue samples found under Francisco and Adrian's fingernails did not belong to them but were confirmed through DNA testing to match Francisca. Her medical examination also contradicted her claims of being sprayed unconscious. She exhibited no signs typically associated with exposure to such agents, such as throat or eye irritation or respiratory distress. The discovery of the missing jewelry only made Francisca's story less credible. The items were found hidden in the couch cushions, along with a blonde wig and €9,000 in cash, strongly indicating premeditation. Investigators also noted a significant detail provided by Carlos during initial interviews. On the evening before the murders, Francisca had asked him to buy batteries for his Walkman. This was later interpreted as a calculated move to ensure his room was filled with music, preventing him from hearing anything during the crime. She also instructed her housekeeper to come by the following morning, which investigators believed was an attempt to clean up evidence. In her written statement, Francisca claimed she had been exchanging text messages with her husband in the early morning hours. She said she heard glass breaking around sunrise. When she opened the bedroom door, she saw a man wearing gloves. She alleges that she tried to fight him off with a spray bottle and a knife hidden under the bed, but she claims he overpowered her and sprayed her until she passed out. When she regained consciousness, her children were dead, and some jewelry was missing. However, investigators reconstructed the timeline and concluded that her account was implausible. The sequence of incidents she described could not have occurred within the brief time frame she outlined, further solidifying her guilt in the eyes of law enforcement. Although suspicions were mounting, the authorities did not immediately take Francisca into custody. She was permitted to attend the funeral, where she appeared grief-stricken and composed, standing alongside her distraught husband. However, just one day after the funeral, the police arrested her. The woman, who publicly mourned the deaths of her 2 children, is now charged as the prime suspect in the case. Jose and Carlos, shocked and disbelieving, watched as she was taken away in a police vehicle, only 48 hours after Francisco and Adrian were buried. The image of heartbreak she had portrayed soon crumbled. During a formal interrogation, she broke down under pressure and confessed to having killed her 2 youngest sons, Francisco and Adrian. Even then, she attempted to minimize her responsibility. Francisca's defense was that a dangerous combination of alcohol, cocaine, and tranquilizers had impaired her judgment in the hours leading up to the tragedy. She claimed she woke up after 7 a.m., disoriented from the substances, and found her children lifeless beside her. In her statement, she said she wandered through the house searching for signs of an intruder. Finding no evidence of a break-in, she horrifyingly concluded that she had to be responsible. However, she quickly contradicted herself, saying she initially believed intruders had entered the house, blaming this belief on hallucinations caused by the drugs. The timeline constructed by investigators was harrowing. At around 2 a.m., Francisca reportedly went to her bedroom and first attacked her middle child, Francisco, strangling him with a mobile phone charger cable. The boy fought back, leaving scratches on her body, but she eventually overpowered him. She then turned to her youngest child, Adrian, and repeated the act. As the legal proceedings unfolded, Francisca's defense team requested her transfer to a psychiatric facility, which the court approved. Forensic psychiatrists evaluated her and described her as cold, manipulative, immature, and egocentric. They stated she craved attention, exhibited emotional instability, controlling behavior, and aggressive tendencies, and displayed paranoid and narcissistic personality traits. They also noted her lack of interest in maintaining social or familial harmony. Francisca, however, continued to portray herself as a victim. In her initial statement to the judge, she attributed her actions to years of psychological pain. She described 2001 as a year of profound emotional decline, claiming she endured humiliation, threats, and verbal abuse from her husband, Jose. She also alleged that he forced her to participate in partner-swapping clubs and had a year-long affair that ended shortly before the murders. She argued that her substance abuse stemmed from trauma and claimed that the family was in danger due to Jose's alleged involvement in prohibited substance trafficking. She recounted a specific incident in which a stranger pointed a weapon at Jose's head, stating that this terrifying moment had compelled her to prepare for an escape. According to her, this was the reason she purchased a blonde wig and hid €9,000 in cash, items that were later confiscated by the police. She insisted these were meant for an emergency, not a crime. Francisca denied planning the murders. She claimed that if she had intended to run away, she would have done so earlier. The idea of staging a robbery, she said, only came to her after she woke up to find her sons dead. She emphasized, not before. She insisted she never intended to harm her children, asserting she had no memory of the events due to a mix of 5 grams of cocaine, sleeping pills, and several glasses of whiskey. Francisca denied that the murders were intended to harm her husband, arguing that if she wanted to hurt him, she had easier and more effective ways to do so. Her husband, Jose, on the other hand, maintained a measured stance. He admitted to infidelity, acknowledged spending too much time away from home for work, and blamed himself for not recognizing the warning signs sooner. He noted how Francisca began smelling of alcohol and making small weekly withdrawals from their shared account. Despite everything, he insisted that she had loved him deeply and believed that she would never have harmed their children if not under the influence of prohibited substances and alcohol. He also revealed that he had once considered seeking psychiatric help for her, a decision he regretted not following through on. The case became further complicated when the local newspaper reported that Francisca was accused of having an affair with a businessman from Murcia. The man, whose identity was never disclosed, was described as someone she was deeply in love with, an admission that starkly contrasted with her obsessive monitoring of her husband. Investigators uncovered numerous phone calls between Francisca and this unidentified man in the days leading up to the murders, including one made just minutes after the crime took place. Although the details of the call were never revealed, some speculated that the affair could have driven her to seek revenge. However, she denied these allegations, claiming that the man never existed. She accused Jose of fabricating these stories to portray her as unstable and to discredit her claims of abuse. Amid persistent rumors and unanswered questions, Francisca remained in pre-trial detention until her trial began in October 2003. During the opening hearing, she claimed to have no memory of killing her children, attributing her actions to her intoxicated state on the night of the incident. She stated that she had tried to resuscitate her children when she found them unresponsive and described her subsequent panic, during which she sweat profusely and removed her pajamas. Once again, she blamed Jose, accusing him of threats and psychological abuse. Francisca also denied confessing to the crime during police interrogation. She claimed she was too intoxicated at the time to recall anything clearly, including whether she had been alone in the house on the night of the murders. Portraying herself as a caring mother, Francisca claimed that she had stopped using prohibited substances while in prison, although she admitted to being emotionally and mentally unfit for release. During the trial, Carlos, Francisca's eldest son, delivered heart-wrenching testimony. He recounted waking up that night to hear his younger brothers shouting that they couldn't breathe. Assuming it was another instance of their mother's abusive behavior, a pattern they had tragically grown accustomed to, he did not intervene. The prosecution presented its case meticulously, arguing that Francisca had staged the crime scene to resemble a burglary. Forensic evidence indicated that she was fully aware of and in control of her actions. Although the defense acknowledged the deaths, they argued that her use of prohibited substances had impaired her judgment. The prosecution countered with psychiatric evaluations, which demonstrated that Francisca understood her actions and the lethal consequences of her behavior. The jury delivered a unanimous verdict. At the age of 37, Francisca Gonzalez Navarro was convicted of the premeditated murders of her two sons, Francisco and Adrian. The court ruled that her substance use did not diminish her culpability. Psychiatrists confirmed that she did not suffer from any mental disorder that would justify her criminal actions. She was sentenced to 2 consecutive 20-year prison terms, amounting to a total of 40 years, and was ordered to pay 200,000 euros in compensation to Jose Ruiz and 40,000 euros to Jose Carlos. Francisca began serving her sentence in the prison in Murcia. Her cold and emotionless demeanor left a chilling impression on many. Initially ostracized, she later gained some respect from fellow inmates due to her literacy and discipline. She began drafting legal documents for other prisoners in exchange for money, creating a niche for herself in the prison economy. Despite her difficult circumstances, she always kept herself neat, clean, and well-groomed. Shortly after her sentencing, she divorced Jose and was reportedly involved in relationships with at least 3 other incarcerated men. Over the years, Francisca was transferred between prisons but remained a model inmate. In 2016, she was granted temporary weekend leave. By July 2020, after nearly 17 years in custody, she was allowed to serve the remainder of her sentence under supervised release outside of prison. However, her freedom was short-lived. In April 2022, authorities discovered that she was not staying at the approved residence, leading to the revocation of her release. She was sent back to prison. Subsequent investigations determined that she had violated the conditions of her release by using prohibited substances. While she later regained some privileges, she was temporarily barred from any further leave. Meanwhile, Carlos continued living in the house where the murders had taken place. By 2022, he had started a family and was living there with his wife and 2 children, in the same home where he had tragically lost his 2 younger brothers. Although the house was on the market for a short period of time and the price was reduced significantly, there were still no interested buyers, so the house remained in the family. Jose, on the other hand, reportedly left Spain for a time after the tragedy but eventually returned, maintaining a low profile ever since. Meanwhile, Francisca remains in prison. There were rumors that she had married her defense attorney. However, these claims were denied. Her case is regarded as one of the most disturbing family crimes in Spain's history, not only because of the crime's brutality but also due to her cold rationalizations, inconsistent accounts, and unsettling composure. For many, it is unimaginable that a mother could plan and commit such a horrific crime. Whether she acted out of revenge, desperation, or delusion is something only Francisca truly knows. The question of whether she genuinely doesn't remember or simply chooses not to reveal the truth may never be answered. Lucy Li was born in 1995 in Shenzhen, one of China's largest economic centers. She is the oldest of 3 triplet sisters, born just minutes apart. In search of a better life, her parents decided to leave China and move to Canada, leaving their young daughters in the care of relatives. The family would not reunite for 7 years until the girls were finally brought to Toronto. Lucy's father, a determined and business-minded individual, opened a driving school to help immigrants obtain their licenses. However, the family's main financial success came from her mother, Winnie, who founded a financial firm called Respawn International. Winnie quickly became well known for her ability to navigate tax regulations and manage investments effectively, earning a strong reputation in the finance industry. Her influence was so significant that she was featured in business magazines, and her picture appeared alongside leading Canadian politicians. However, this path to success came with many sacrifices, especially in family relationships. Winnie was often absent from her daughters' lives, and when she was present, it was mainly to oversee their achievements. She expected perfection in all areas: academics, sports, and the arts. The three sisters were required to be fluent in multiple languages, play musical instruments, understand finance, and excel in academic competitions. Any mistakes were unacceptable. Lucy tried hard to meet these high expectations, but she quickly felt that her accomplishments were undervalued. Her mother never celebrated her successes, viewing them as merely the minimum standard. As a result, Lucy began to feel like an outsider in her own family. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a small town in Slovakia, Oliver Carafa was born. His family was not wealthy, but his parents were determined to provide him with a good education and the opportunity to build a successful future. When he was 8, his family moved to Canada in search of better opportunities. Unlike Lucy, his childhood didn't have many rules. He grew up with a sense of freedom and independence, but as a teenager he began to go down the wrong path. He was attracted to risky behaviors and sought the excitement of pushing limits, showing little interest in school and viewing discipline as irrelevant. Oliver and Lucy's paths crossed when they both attended the same school. Lucy was a model student, while Oliver frequently broke the rules. Despite their differences, they became friends. Oliver does not like to follow the wishes of others, which intrigues Lucy. He is the first person to see her not just through her list of achievements. Over time, their friendship developed into romance. This was Lucy's first relationship that wasn't influenced by family expectations or pressure. However, like many teenage relationships, it didn't last. They soon realized that they and their visions of the future were not the same. After high school, they went their separate ways. Lucy followed her mother's plan and enrolled in a finance program at a prestigious university, preparing for a career in the family business. Oliver, on the other hand, pursued a reckless lifestyle, driven by a love for risk and the allure of quick money. At 19, he drove under the influence and crashed into a streetlight, resulting in one death and serious injuries to another passenger. Although he suffered only minor injuries, his life was changed forever. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison and banned from driving for 15 years. Years later, fate brought him and Lucy together again, but this time, their reunion was no longer an innocent teenage romance. Instead, they will face secrets, crimes, and a life that is more complicated than it seems. Lucy attended one of Canada's top universities, majoring in finance and global business, though the decision was never truly hers. Her mother had determined the fields her daughters would study, ensuring that they would occupy important positions in the family business. Lucy realized that her education was not about self-discovery, but rather part of a plan she had never chosen. Throughout her college years, she was closely monitored and expected to excel. Graduating wasn't sufficient, she had to do so with top honors. Any mistake was perceived as a failure, and even the smallest divergence from the plan would result in her mother's disappointment. Lucy constantly strives, achieving many academic awards, interning at prestigious companies and building an excellent resume. Immediately after graduating, she was brought into the family business. Her mother, Winnie, expected her to take over the financial operations and eventually lead the company. To most people, this might seem like a clear path to success, but to Lucy, it feels like she's stuck in a life her mother has planned out for her. While Lucy was engulfed in strict discipline and career demands, Oliver was serving his time and building connections. Among his fellow inmates were people involved in illegal activities, including car theft and various scams. They recognized Oliver's appetite for risk and ambition, and taught him tactics for circumventing the law. These lessons helped him start his business in the shadows. In 2019, after 5 years in prison, Oliver was released. However, adjusting to life outside was more challenging than he had anticipated. Lacking formal education and legitimate work experience, he struggled to find well-paying legal jobs. Additionally, a driving ban limited his freedom. During this time, he sought a new direction and briefly explored modeling, using his looks to earn some money. He landed a few roles in small advertising campaigns, which didn't pay much but helped him cultivate an image of success. It was then that he decided to reconnect with Lucy. They hadn't seen each other in years. Back in school, she was an energetic student with a bright future, but now she is very different. Her social media is filled with images from lavish parties, exciting trips, and meals at upscale restaurants. She has become a famous person, followed by many and frequently collaborating with brands. Oliver reached out to her. Their conversation begins with memories of the past and quickly moves to their present lives. Lucy revealed that although she had met all of her mother's expectations, she was not happy. Her success felt dictated by others rather than herself. Oliver, on the other hand, described his struggles and his desire for a new beginning. A few days later, they met at a restaurant, where they discussed how much they had transformed. Oliver exuded confidence as he spoke of new prospects, and Lucy listened, captivated by his sense of freedom. Unlike her, he wasn't restricted by corporate constraints or family pressures. He was living life on his own terms. Just weeks after reconnecting, Lucy made an unexpected decision. She packed her things and moved in with Oliver, cutting ties with her old life and abandoning the future plans her mother had worked so hard to build. She chose an uncertain path instead of a clear path. At that time, she did not foresee that this choice would not bring freedom, but lead to great trouble. Lucy leaving shocked her mother, Winnie. Known for her strict rules, Winnie expected her daughters to obey. When she learned that Lucy was with Oliver, a man with a criminal history, her response was immediate and harsh. Lucy's bank accounts were frozen overnight, and all financial support was withdrawn. Instead of turning back, this only fueled Lucy's determination to prove she could manage without her mother's assistance. However, Lucy soon realized her independence was a facade. Within weeks, it became evident that her career as an influencer was not providing enough income. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, she found herself relying entirely on Oliver for financial stability. He seemed unconcerned, confidently assuring her that he had several income sources and that she didn't need to worry. Oliver claimed his money came from investments, flipping cars, rare items, and other profitable ventures. Lucy didn't question him. She wanted to believe life could be that simple. Lucy gradually became more involved in Oliver's business. Since he was banned from driving due to past legal issues, she took on the role of his full-time driver. At first, driving him to meetings and picking people up seemed unimportant, and she often waited in the car while he conducted business. However, she soon noticed that their routes were consistently different and that most trips occurred late at night. When Oliver first asked Lucy to sign documents in her name, she felt uneasy. The paperwork was connected to vehicles she had never seen, but he assured her that it was just a normal part of his business in exporting and reselling cars to high-end clients. He insisted everything was legal, though it required some workaround methods. Trusting him, she signed the documents, managed accounts, and assisted with transactions, believing she was merely helping with business operations. In reality, she was already entangled in a criminal enterprise, with Oliver using her identity to create a facade of legitimacy for his dealings. Despite having unstable finances, they lived in luxury. Their apartment was in a wealthy part of Toronto. They frequently changed cars and never questioned restaurant prices. Designer clothes, jewelry, and lavish vacations became their new reality. Lucy did not realize that she was becoming increasingly dependent on Oliver, not just for money but for her entire lifestyle. He convinced her that they were a team and that without him, she could not maintain this way of living. Unbeknownst to her, she was already on the brink of a major crisis. In the spring of 2020, Oliver had a chance to elevate his business. Through mutual acquaintances, he came to know Tyler Pratt, who seemed to be a successful entrepreneur. Tyler owned various companies, including those in dietary supplements and investments, but his real income came from illegal activities. He was deeply involved in the trade of banned substances in Canada, managing both imports and distribution. After his divorce, Tyler sought new investment opportunities and aimed to legitimize some of his assets, gradually stepping away from the underground economy. He needed a trustworthy partner with a promising business idea, and Oliver seemed perfect, young, ambitious, well-connected, and confident. Oliver arranged a dinner to present himself as an expert in logistics and international trade. He confidently discussed various lucrative opportunities, including automobile imports and real estate, but his main focus was on a new idea, supplying personal protective equipment, PPE. Amid the chaos, the demand for masks, protective suits, gloves, and other essential supplies was unprecedented. Oliver proposed a project that he believed could earn millions by sourcing PPE from Asia and selling it at higher prices in Western markets. With demand surging and suppliers eager for cash transactions, the plan seemed promising. Tyler was intrigued by the idea. Although experienced in business, he lacked knowledge of the legal market. Oliver reassures Tyler that he can handle the deals through his connections. Swayed by this assurance, Tyler invested $200,000, hoping for a quick profit, perhaps even doubling or tripling his investment. Over the next few weeks, Oliver maintained a facade of success. He provided Tyler with fake purchase reports, forged contracts from supposed legitimate suppliers, and banking documents that suggested successful transactions. Tyler believed his investment was safe and profitable. A month later, Oliver claimed that the project required more funding and insisted on an additional investment. He noted the growing demand, presenting it as an opportunity for even greater profits. Excited, Tyler invested another $500,000. Shortly after this second investment, Tyler began to notice concerning signs. Despite his money being transferred, shipments of PPE were not arriving. Oliver continued to assure him that everything was fine, but Oliver's excuses, logistical delays, customs issues, and bureaucratic red tape became increasingly unbelievable. Tyler wasn't gullible. He understood how business operated and refused to let his money simply disappear. As he increasingly demanded proof of the shipments, Oliver realized he was losing control. Panic set in when Tyler requested tangible evidence, but Oliver had none to provide. Desperate for a solution, Oliver asked Lucy for help, proposing that they delay Tyler to gain some extra time. Their only idea was to commit check fraud. Lucy finds an old check in her mother's business records and attempts to withdraw over $1 million from her mother's account, hoping that the transaction will go undetected. However, the bank flags the transaction when a manager, who knows her mother, notices that her mother's signature is fake and asks for verification. As a result, the transaction is blocked. Lucy and Oliver's plan had failed, and they were now cornered. Tyler no longer trusted their explanations and issued an ultimatum. He wanted his money back, or there would be serious consequences. Realizing they were in a dire situation, Oliver concluded that the only way to resolve the issue was to eliminate Tyler. He discussed this with Lucy, who felt conflicted. While she recognized the gravity of their predicament, committing a crime felt like going too far. Nevertheless, Oliver argued that they had no other option. Tyler wouldn't forgive betrayal, and their safety could be at stake. The plan came together quickly. They invited Tyler and his girlfriend, Jordan Romano, to a meeting under the guise of discussing a new business opportunity. Oliver claimed he had found a way to recover the lost funds. Although skeptical, Tyler agreed to meet one last time on February 28, 2021, around 6 p.m. When Tyler and Jordan arrived at the warehouse location, they were unaware it was a trap. Oliver had carefully prepared for this. He bought a used car with cash to leave no trace and obtained a disposable phone to communicate with Tyler. To further disguise herself, Lucy wore a wig to change her appearance. As soon as Tyler got out of the car, Oliver brandished a weapon. His first shots were directed at Jordan. He knew that eliminating a witness would alter the course of any future investigation. The bullet hit her in the chest, and she fell, unconscious. Tyler froze, realizing this was the end. Oliver didn't give him a chance to react. Oliver aimed the weapon at Tyler and fired without hesitation. Several shots were fired, and Tyler collapsed, instantly losing consciousness. Lucy stood nearby, aware of the situation but not intervening, knowing there was no turning back. In that moment, their lives shifted forever. They were no longer just con artists. They had become involved in something far more serious. Oliver quickly checked on Jordan to confirm that she had stopped breathing. After determining that she no longer showed any signs of life, he left her body next to Tyler's car and instructed Lucy to leave, believing they had eliminated all witnesses. They believed they had successfully concealed their crime. However, an unexpected incident occurred within an hour. Around 7:20 p.m., a truck driver passing by spotted someone lying near the entrance of the warehouse. It was Jordan. Despite her injuries, she was still alive and had managed to move just enough to attract the driver's attention. The man immediately called for emergency help. When paramedics arrived, they found that Jordan was still breathing. Although she was unconscious, her pulse was steady. No one knew how long she had been lying on the cold concrete floor, but it was evident that she had miraculously survived. She was rushed to the hospital, where surgeons performed emergency procedures to save her life. Meanwhile, law enforcement arrived to investigate the warehouse and discovered Tyler's body. He had died instantly from multiple gunshot wounds. There were no security cameras and no immediate witnesses, but Jordan was the key to solving the case. As Jordan fought for her life, detectives began their investigation. Detectives thoroughly examined Jordan's call logs, messages, and recent activities. Within hours, they discovered that she and Tyler had contacted Oliver before the attack. This meeting was not a coincidence. It had been orchestrated by Oliver, now their main suspect. Meanwhile, Oliver and Lucy are unaware that their plan has failed. As they watched the news and heard reports about an unknown attacker, they felt confident that everything had gone as planned. However, their confidence turned to fear when the anchor announced that one of the victims had survived and was in stable condition. Lucy became paralyzed with fear, while Oliver began pacing the room, realizing that Jordan had seen their faces, heard their voices, and could identify them once she woke up. The police would have a detailed description of the assailants. With their situation becoming dire, their only option was to flee. Oliver contacted associates who could provide fake passports and arrange their escape. They had enough money stashed from Tyler's theft. Their main concern was time. Within hours, they met with people who helped them secure new identities. Lucy received a fake passport as a Philippine citizen, while Oliver took on the identity of a Hungarian national. These papers allowed them to board a plane to Europe without arousing suspicion. Their first destination was Prague, chosen for its status as a busy transit hub filled with tourists and subject to fewer checks. They rented a short-term apartment, hoping to stay hidden while they planned their next moves. The first few days passed without incident as they avoided drawing attention and only went out when necessary. However, fear lingered. Oliver frequently checked the news, anxious about the moment when their names might appear on an international wanted list. Lucy was largely silent, struggling with the feeling that they were no longer just scammers. They had crossed a line and there was no turning back. A few days later, they moved to Bratislava and then to Budapest, thinking that by constantly changing locations they would avoid being pursued. In reality, however, they simply left a clearer trail for the authorities. Their false sense of security was short-lived. Oliver mistakenly believed that the police wouldn't find them quickly, but within weeks, the scenario changed. International law enforcement agencies became involved, tightening the net. Unbeknownst to Oliver and Lucy, their capture was inevitable. While they tried to vanish in Europe, Canadian authorities remained relentless in their investigation. The investigation made significant progress by analyzing phone records. Detectives traced a SIM card purchased just one day before the crime at a store in Toronto, which had been used to contact Tyler. Upon further investigation, they discovered that one of Lucy's friends had inadvertently provided her with a spare SIM card. During questioning, the friend disclosed that Lucy had requested it, providing the first solid evidence against her. The next breakthrough came from reviewing security footage. Investigators found recordings from the area near the warehouse showing a vehicle with fake identification passing by just hours before the attack. The people in the car closely resembled Oliver and Lucy. Additionally, cameras near their apartment captured them leaving on the evening of February 28th and returning late that night, reinforcing police suspicions. After Jordan regained consciousness, she confirmed the identities of the attackers as Lucy and Oliver. This confirmation led authorities to issue arrest warrants. Canadian law enforcement quickly shared the case details with Interpol, and within days, Oliver and Lucy were added to an international wanted list, with their descriptions, photographs, and last known locations sent to law enforcement agencies in Europe. Meanwhile, Lucy and Oliver were on the run but not unnoticed. Hungarian authorities were alerted and began watching for foreign travelers resembling their descriptions. Ultimately, Oliver made a critical mistake by using fake documents to pay rent for their apartment, raising suspicions. The landlord reported the suspicious tenants, and after verifying their identities as fugitives on the Interpol list, a special task force was sent to arrest them. They were arrested immediately, and although Lucy attempted to argue that it was a misunderstanding, the officers were fully aware of who they were taking into custody. Within hours, they were taken to a detention center, and extradition procedures to Canada began. Their time on the run was over, and now they had to face justice. By spring 2024, the trial of Lucy and Oliver gained nationwide attention. It became one of the most discussed cases in Canada, two young people who had numerous opportunities for success but instead chose a life of crime that ended in a deadly act. The trial lasted several weeks. Prosecutors presented a strong case with overwhelming evidence linking Lucy and Oliver to the crimes against Tyler and Jordan. This included call records, surveillance videos, financial transactions, and, most importantly, the testimony of a surviving witness, Jordan. Lucy's main defense was to blame Oliver. She claimed that she was not involved in planning the crime, was unaware of Tyler's fate, and was merely a victim of manipulation. She argued that Oliver was in control and that she had simply followed him without fully understanding the seriousness of their actions. However, the evidence told a different story. Prosecutors showed that Lucy had actively participated in financial schemes, helped hide stolen money, arranged the meeting with Tyler, and even tried to forge financial documents. Her choice to flee and use a fake passport only strengthened the prosecution's case. Oliver, on the other hand, did not testify. His defense team argued that the crime was not planned, but rather a consequence of a conflict. However, the court rejected this argument. At this point, the final piece of evidence from the security footage showed that Lucy had deliberately concealed her face during the meeting with Tyler. In addition, records showed that she had purchased a SIM card to lure him into a trap. This evidence completely undermined her version of the story. The verdict was severe but anticipated. Oliver Carafa and Lucy Lee were found guilty of the crimes of fraud and evading justice. Both were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole only after 25 years. The trial had concluded, but its effects continued to resonate. Lucy, who once lived a life of luxury, is now in prison. Oliver, who was always looking for adventure, has lost his freedom forever. Their story becomes a lesson in how greed and the desire to get rich quick can lead to disaster. After the trial, there were mixed opinions from the public. Some viewed Tyler Pratt as a victim, a man who misplaced his trust and ultimately suffered for it. His family and friends defended him, stating that he was attempting to move beyond his past and enter the legitimate business world. Others argued that he had a hand in his own downfall. He was aware of the risks and willingly engaged in questionable financial dealings. Lucy Lee became a symbol of untapped opportunities. Born into privilege, she had every chance to live comfortably without resorting to crime, yet she chose a different path that drew her away from her mother and into financial fraud, culminating in serious crime. After her arrest, her mother, Winnie, chose not to make any public comments. Although her reputation in the business world was affected, she chose to remain silent rather than seek media attention. Over time, she distanced herself almost completely from Lucy, providing no support or defense. Conversely, many regarded Oliver as a criminal whose fate was predetermined. His troubled history and reckless decisions had put him on this path long before the crime occurred, so his conviction did not surprise most people. The case resulted in multiple lives being shattered. Tyler lost his future, and Jordan not only lost her spouse but was also left devastated, as she was pregnant at the time of the incident. In the aftermath, Jordan lost her unborn child, which added to the tragedy. It started with the intention of making easy money, but it turned into a complete disaster. In the end, everyone involved paid a heavy toll through lost lives, lost freedom, or lost fortunes. Angela Aguirre was born in 2002 into a loving and supportive family. Her parents, Angel Aguirre and Yerlis Yaguer, worked hard to provide their children with a good life. Angel, an engineer at a government company, was a strict yet caring father who always prioritized his family. Yerlis, a hairstylist, managed a small home-based salon where neighbors and even Angela's friends would often visit. Their home was always full of activity, with laughter, conversations, and the comforting sounds of daily life, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Angela shared a special bond with her older sister, Natalie, who was not only family but also her confidant and best friend. They talked about their dreams, shared secrets, and supported each other through everything. In her free time, Angela enjoyed helping her mother in the salon, experimenting with makeup, creating new looks, and even doing manicures for her friends, who admired her talent. Angela was a sociable and charismatic young woman who made friends easily. Her charm and cheerful personality made her well-loved, and her sincerity and openness left a lasting impression on everyone she met. At the same time, she is also very reflective, often thinking about the future, her career aspirations, and how to achieve her goals. Her parents instilled in her the values of hard work, kindness, and generosity. Their home is a place filled with love and support, a space where everyone feels cared for. No one could have imagined that this happy, harmonious world would one day be shattered by a heartbreaking tragedy. Jose Alberto Cedino came from a wealthy family. His father was a businessman and his mother had close connections in high society, which gave him privileges that most people could only dream of. He loves luxury properties, exclusive clubs, and travel, living a life completely different from the average person. Angela met Jose through mutual friends about 3 years prior. At first, she didn't pay any attention to him. But as they regularly attended group gatherings, they became casual acquaintances. To Angela, he was nothing more than another friend to hang out with in group settings. Jose, however, had more special feelings for her. He became persistent in his attempts to get closer to her, sending her frequent messages, asking her to hang out, and consistently finding ways to be around her. However, Angela did not return Jose's feelings. She only saw him as a friend, and his advances made her uncomfortable. Her close friends were aware that he had repeatedly asked her out, but she always turned him down. One evening, during a gathering with mutual friends, an incident occurred that further unsettled her. While they were hanging out by the pool, her friends playfully pushed her into the water. Wet and in need of something dry to wear, she asked Jose for help. Instead of helping her tactfully, he suggested going somewhere private, implying inappropriate intentions. She immediately refused and began to distance herself from him, avoiding any personal interactions. As time passed, Angela's discomfort around Jose grew. She confided in her friends, explaining that his persistence made her feel uneasy. They tried to reassure her, telling her to ignore him, but she could sense that his interest in her wasn't subsiding. Despite her unease, she couldn't completely avoid him due to their shared social circles, forcing her to tolerate his presence even as she became increasingly wary. On March 23, 2019, Angela woke up excited because it was her best friend's birthday, and she wanted to attend the party. She had already discussed it with her parents, but when she asked for permission, they firmly said no. Their reasoning was simple: her friend lived in an unsafe neighborhood, and they didn't want her to be in danger. She tried convincing them by offering to arrange a safe ride, but they refused to change their minds. Feeling disappointed, Angela messaged her friends to vent about her parents' strict rules. That same morning, she received a message from Jose, who was also celebrating his birthday. He invites her to his party, which begins at a private club and continues on La Terraquea Island, a secluded spot accessible only by boat. Angela was unsure at first, but this felt like an opportunity to have fun after missing her best friend's party. She decided to accept the invitation, although there was one catch. If she told her parents the truth that the party was on an island, they would almost certainly disapprove. So she decided to leave out a few details. That evening, Angela discussed her plans with her parents, assuring them that the gathering would take place in a safe location. She explained that the event would be small, private, and supervised by an adult chaperone who was a relative of the birthday host. Though hesitant, her parents didn't want to disappoint her again after having denied her request earlier in the day. Knowing Jose and realizing they couldn't completely isolate Angela from her friends, they reluctantly agreed. However, her father set strict conditions: no alcohol, regular phone check-ins, and a firm commitment to return home on time. As night fell, Angela prepared for the party. Standing in front of the mirror, she carefully selected her outfit, ultimately choosing comfortable shorts and a light blouse instead of a dress, ideal for an outdoor gathering. She neatly braided her hair and applied light makeup. The drive to the venue took about 15 minutes. Her father remained silent for most of the journey but reminded her, just before they arrived, to call him immediately if anything didn't feel right. When they reached the club, a small group of people had already gathered outside. Since Angela couldn't enter alone, she decided to wait. A few moments later, Jose appeared, smiling and relaxed. He greeted Angela but didn't acknowledge her father, who stood watching as she said a hasty goodbye and left with him. That brief goodbye would be the last time her parents would see her alive. When Angela met Jose outside the club, he quickly suggested that they head to La Terraquea Island. The island, located in the middle of the Caroni River, was remote and accessible only by boat. Jose assured her that the real party was happening there, that their friends were already gathered, and that they could enjoy the night without any limits. He promised her it was a safe place, with no strangers, only people he trusted. Jose pressured Angela to decide quickly, saying the boat was already waiting. He told her that if she truly wanted to make the most of the night, she shouldn't decline. Feeling conflicted, she realized that her options were either to join the group or stay behind alone, which might seem odd to everyone. In the end, she decided to go. At the dock, a boat was waiting to take them to the island. It belonged to Jose's godfather, Jose Zarilla, an older man and a well-known businessman. Despite his age, Zarilla still socialized with younger people and organized events like this. On board were several others: his son Glauder Zarilla, Glauder's girlfriend Jocelyn Barreto, and two family friends, Orlando Salazar and Wilmer Diaz. All of them were significantly older than Angela. As the boat left the city lights behind, the group laughed, talked loudly, and excitedly discussed the night ahead. Bottles of wine were passed around freely, with no regard for discretion or moderation. La Terraquea Island, their destination, was famous as a party spot. While there were no permanent buildings, the area had been specially prepared for celebrations, complete with a bar, a dance floor, and lounge sections designed to host large groups. It was a place with no oversight, where anything could happen. After the boat arrived at the shore, the group headed toward the center of the island, where music was blasting. Tables were set up with drinks, and the smell of alcohol and tobacco permeated the atmosphere. The energy was vibrant. Some people danced, others sat laughing at tables, and a few were already visibly intoxicated. The group quickly immersed themselves in the festive atmosphere. Drinks were served continuously, and each glass was refilled swiftly, with no one paying much attention to how much they were drinking. Angela was at the center of attention, surrounded by people. There was always someone raising a toast with her, pulling her into conversations, or encouraging her to enjoy the party. Time flew by as the music got louder and the party showed no signs of slowing down. Guests drifted between the bar and the dance floor, lounged around, and made plans for later in the night. As time passed, Jose stayed close to Angela, ensuring she was never alone, engaging her in conversation, and offering her more drinks. As the night wore on, the party became increasingly chaotic, with no sense of order or control. The group continued celebrating, losing track of time and their surroundings. Some guests kept dancing, others wandered off into the darkness, and the crowd scattered across the island. The festivities stretched deep into the night, becoming more disorganized as the hours passed. People moved aimlessly, blending into the crowd. The music was overpowering, the drinking was unrestrained, and no one noticed the time or who was coming or going. By this point, it had become nearly impossible to keep track of interactions or even who was still on the island. The last time Angela was seen was just before midnight. She had been moving between the dance floor, the bar, and the shoreline, socializing and drinking. At some point, though, she disappeared. Some people assumed that Angela might have stepped away for a while to find some peace and quiet, distancing herself from the noise. Initially, this didn't raise much concern, as guests often wandered around the island, relaxing on the beach or seeking quieter spots. However, as time went on, people began to realize she had disappeared without a trace. No one could recall the exact moment she disappeared, and at the time, no one tried to find out where she had gone. Some partygoers assumed she had left early or caught a boat back with someone else, but no one confirmed this. Nobody searched the area, called out for her, or tried to contact her by phone. By that point, her phone was no longer responding, but this didn't concern anyone. As the party wound down, the music faded, and guests began to leave, it became evident that Angela was not there. However, no one took the initiative to look for her, contact her family, or report her missing. Perhaps they didn't want to draw attention or were afraid of the consequences. Under the influence of alcohol, the group took the situation lightly. Everyone assumed someone else would handle it, but in reality, no one did. When it was time to leave the island, no one stayed behind to look for her. Nobody suggested waiting until morning, checking the surrounding area, or searching the river. The remaining guests boarded the boat and departed, leaving the dark, empty island behind. Meanwhile, Angela's parents were desperately waiting for 8 p.m., the time they were supposed to pick her up. Her father, worried, left early and drove to the parking lot of the club where she had said the party would be. Upon arriving, he called her to let her know he was there, but she didn't answer. Her phone rang, but there was no response. He waited a few minutes and tried calling again, with the same result. At first, he wasn't overly alarmed and assumed she hadn't heard the phone because of the music or had left it in her bag. He waited patiently, but as the minutes passed, his concern grew. He kept calling repeatedly, but Angela never answered. After 30 minutes, Angela's father, Angel, called his wife to check if Angela had reached out to her. She answered, her voice filled with concern, and said she hadn't heard from their daughter since she left the house earlier that evening. Realizing Angela wasn't at the club, her parents began contacting her friends, hoping someone would know where she was. To their shock, none of her friends had seen her at the club that night. Growing more desperate, they called others who might have been at the party, but no one could provide any useful information. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, but one thing was clear, something was wrong. Over the next few hours, they tried calling Angela 56 times, but her phone remained unreachable. At around 2 a.m., their phone finally rang. An unknown number appeared on the screen. Her father answered immediately, hoping to hear her voice. Instead, it was Jose's mother on the line. The words she spoke felt like a nightmare. Angela fell off the boat. Angela's parents were devastated. What boat? Angela had told them she was attending a party at a club. How could she have ended up on the water? When they demanded an explanation, Jose's mother sounded uncertain and hesitant, as though even she didn't fully understand what had occurred. Something was terribly wrong. Their instincts told them this situation was far more serious than they were being told. Why was this the first they were hearing of it? Why hadn't anyone called earlier? If their daughter had fallen into the water, why hadn't someone raised the alarm immediately? Every explanation they received only heightened their fear. They knew something horrible had happened, but they couldn't yet grasp the full extent of the tragedy awaiting them. After receiving that late-night call from Jose's mother, Angela's parents felt their worst fears materializing. They didn't know all the details, but one thing was clear, the situation was dire. Their daughter was missing, and no one had taken any steps to find her. Desperate to act quickly, they clung to the hope that it wasn't too late. By 4 a.m., determined and without hesitation, they went to the police and demanded an immediate search. Instead of urgency, they were met with indifference. The officers explained that a person isn't officially considered missing until 72 hours have passed, so no search could begin before then. They think that Angela might have just lost track of time, her phone might have run out of battery, or she could simply be relaxing. However, her parents knew very well that she would never disappear like this. Each passing minute without action is like letting time slip away. Time has the power to change everything. Angela's disappearance was completely out of character. She never disappeared without informing her parents, always kept her phone turned on, and always honored her commitments. Yet, the police refused to listen. Knowing they couldn't wait, they resolved to take matters into their own hands. Angela's father went directly to Jose's family home to demand answers. He wanted to know who had been with his daughter, where she was last seen, and who witnessed her falling from the boat. The responses he received were vague and evasive. Meanwhile, her mother was calling all of her friends, desperately hoping someone could offer answers. Yet none of them even knew Angela had been on the island. That realization crushed them. It meant she had deliberately hidden her plans from everyone. Realizing phone calls alone would not be enough, the parents turned to social media for help. By 6 a.m., they began posting Angela's photo, a description of her, and details of her last known location, pleading for any information. The posts quickly went viral. Strangers shared their plea, sent messages of support, and even volunteered to assist in the search. Several people who saw the posts remembered a large group on the island the previous night. They recalled young men and women partying, drinking, and among them, a girl resembling Angela. At the time, no one paid much attention, but now those images take on a much more disturbing meaning. Angela's parents realized they could no longer wait for the authorities to act. They immediately went to the dock where the boat departed for the island. There, they tried to question the staff about who had been operating the vessel and whether anything unusual had occurred. However, they were met with silence. No one had tracked the boat's trips that night, and there were no patrols recording departures after 5 p.m., even though nighttime travel was strictly forbidden. As Angela's parents frantically sought answers, her story went viral on social media. The public was outraged, demanding immediate action and urging authorities to begin search efforts. Despite the lack of an official response, Angela's family pressed on with their own investigation. They organized a group of volunteers and began searching the riverbanks, aware that time was critical. But the truth they were about to uncover was far worse than they had feared. The search for Angela lasted 3 days. On the morning of March 26th, at 7 a.m., local fishermen discovered a body tangled in branches near the riverbank. The location was several miles upstream from where Angela had reportedly fallen from the boat. News of the discovery quickly reached the authorities. An investigative team arrived soon after, and within hours, Angela's parents received heartbreaking confirmation. The body was that of their daughter. The initial investigation only made the mystery even more confusing. Angela was found wearing a wetsuit and a life jacket, making it highly improbable that her death had resulted from an accidental drowning. Official reports noted that if she had fallen into the river, the current would have carried her downstream. Yet, her body was discovered upstream, defying fundamental hydrodynamic principles. This strongly suggested she could not have drowned at the location described by witnesses. A preliminary forensic examination revealed significant physical injuries. Bruises and lacerations on her head and face indicated severe blunt force trauma. Further evidence pointed to an aggressive assault. While the official cause of death was listed as drowning, the report suggested Angela might have been unconscious when she entered the water. For her parents, the discovery was devastating. They had feared something was wrong but could never have imagined the extent of the violence that had led to her death. Authorities were slow to respond, with police officials dodging direct explanations. Meanwhile, Angela's family refused to remain silent. They issued public statements, demanding justice and accountability for those involved. As details from the forensic report circulated on social media, public outrage erupted. Many suspected foul play and a subsequent cover-up to protect the perpetrators, but Angela's family vowed to uncover the truth. The initial forensic findings were clear. Angela had suffered physical trauma, sustained head injuries, and had been unconscious before drowning. Yet, these conclusions appeared inconvenient for certain individuals. Just 2 days after the autopsy results were released, authorities announced a second forensic examination with an entirely different conclusion. The revised report claimed there was no evidence of foul play and attributed Angela's injuries to her body striking rocks in the water. Her death was reclassified as a tragic accident. According to this version, Angela had fallen into the river on her own, and her life jacket had failed to function properly. This sudden change has caused widespread anger and suspicion. Angela's parents rejected the revised narrative outright, questioning how such drastic changes could emerge in just a few days. How could the original findings of violent assault and trauma be disregarded? And most confounding of all, how could someone wearing a life jacket drown? These unanswered questions left Angela's family, and much of the public, deeply suspicious. Her parents openly accused the authorities of corruption, alleging that those responsible were being protected by powerful individuals. They called for an independent investigation and demanded that a new forensic analysis be conducted by international experts. Social media erupted with outrage as people became convinced there was an attempt to cover up the case. Many believed powerful figures had intervened to suppress the evidence. The protests quickly extended beyond the digital sphere, and public pressure surged. Angela's parents remained steadfast, knowing their fight was not only for their daughter but also for countless other families left powerless in the face of a system plagued with corruption and impunity. The case quickly attracted intense media attention. Independent media investigations exposed widespread corruption in the Venezuelan justice system. These investigations uncovered discrepancies in witness testimonies, alterations in official documents, and the disappearance of critical evidence. The situation became more tense when a reputable newspaper revealed shocking information. The suspects' families had tried to bribe their way into closing the case. They were allegedly offered $100,000 in cash and 3 kilograms of gold to achieve this goal. This information has caused widespread public outrage, sparking demands for dismissal, arrest, and fair handling on a broad scale. The protests soon reached the streets. Angela's case had transformed into a powerful symbol of the fight against corruption and impunity. Months of relentless public pressure finally forced the case into court. However, Venezuelan authorities made an unusual decision. The trial would be held behind closed doors. Journalists, activists, and even Angela's family were barred from attending. It became increasingly evident that her family was under significant pressure. Her parents began receiving threatening phone calls and warnings to stop seeking justice. Anonymous messages were sent to them, and strangers were seen loitering near their home. Despite these formidable challenges, the trial moved forward. Jose Alberto Cedeno and his godfather, Jose Zorrilla, were sentenced to 29 years in prison after being found guilty of aggression and criminal acts. However, the most astonishing aspect of the verdict was that every other guest at the party was completely acquitted. None of them faced consequences for covering up the crime or failing to act when Angela disappeared. This decision outraged the public, who demanded true justice, insisting it was inconceivable that only 2 individuals were responsible for the crime. Angela's parents attempted to appeal the verdict, but the court rejected their arguments. Although the trial is over, justice has not yet been fully served. The convictions of Jose and Zorrilla brought no sense of closure, only more questions. Angela's parents were haunted by the acquittal of the other guests, firmly believing that more people were involved. Yet, the case was declared closed, and the justice system acted as though its work was done. Refusing to give up, Angela's parents filed an appeal, calling for a new investigation and accountability for everyone present on the island that night. They demanded further interrogations and access to withheld case evidence. However, their efforts were met with resistance. The authorities showed little interest in reopening the case, and crucial evidence that could have implicated others was either missing or ignored. Numerous questions lingered. Why was Angela's body discovered in a location inconsistent with an accident? How could she have drowned while wearing a life jacket? Why didn't her friends begin searching for her immediately? Who caused her injuries? What truly happened that night? These questions remained unanswered, leaving the case steeped in mystery and doubt. Months passed, yet the case remained stagnant. Angela's parents continued their relentless fight for answers but were repeatedly met with denials and obstruction. The more the authorities attempted to suppress the investigation, the more the public suspected that the whole truth had yet to come to light. Every day, we encounter the harsher realities of our world, seeing how people can inflict pain on one another in incomprehensible ways. On the night of August 5, 2002, the town of Troop, Texas, was winding down for a quiet evening. Porch lights flickered, families were settling in, and everything seemed normal. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed through the stillness, coming from a neighbor's door. It was Pastor Michael Tabb, clutching his two young children. He looked pale, his hands trembled, and he was clearly out of breath. His voice was filled with urgency. Something was very wrong. Minutes later, the police arrived on the scene. What the officers discovered in the house shocked the investigators. The bedroom was a complete mess, with broken picture frames, overturned furniture, and clear signs of a struggle. In the midst of this chaos, Marla Tabb lay still on the floor. Initially, it appeared to be a failed home invasion, but as the investigators examined the scene more closely, inconsistencies emerged. The image of a loving wife, a respected pastor, and a peaceful town didn't align with the events that had unfolded. What truly happened that night, and who was responsible? Marla Tabb was born on April 25, 1967, in Beaumont, Texas. In those days, her mother took care of the children and managed the household, while her father worked hard to provide for the family as a devoted father. Marla and her sister Melanie grew up in a home rich in music and the arts, which greatly influenced their interests. From a young age, Marla showed a strong passion for music and was eager to hone her skills. By the age of 11, she fully embraced her Christian faith and became actively involved in the Methodist Church, dedicating herself to its social outreach programs and helping spread God's message to various communities, encouraging people to strengthen their faith. During this period, Marla's singing voice started to gain attention. Accompanied by a piano or guitar, her performances resonated deeply with many people. In addition to her talent, Marla's stunning beauty and charismatic personality made a strong impression on everyone she met. Friends described her as kind-hearted and principled, forming deep connections that lasted despite time, distance. She was highly respected and avoided negative influences. Supporting her passion, her encouraging parents helped her pursue formal music education. They enrolled her in a prestigious private university in Texas, where she thrived and gained a richer understanding of her art. Committed to her faith, Marla used her musical talents to contribute to her church. She eventually became the director of music and youth ministry, leading worship with her impressive soprano voice. For 3 seasons, she played a vital role in organizing the church's musical productions throughout Texas. Marla grew up in a household where faith influenced every part of life, and she always dreamed of creating a loving family devoted to God. This dream started to come true when she met Mike Tabb. Mike was born on July 7, 1961, in Texas to Eleanor and Harold Tabb. He was raised alongside his brothers in a family that was very committed to the Methodist Church. When Mike chose to pursue a life in ministry, his family considered it a wonderful blessing. After finishing his studies at a Methodist Christian school, he became a chaplain at a military camp in North Carolina. During this time, Marla was actively involved in her church. Their paths frequently crossed, with her leading the worship music and him preaching the sermons. As they got to know each other better, a strong friendship developed, founded on mutual respect and shared faith. This friendship eventually grew into a loving relationship. As their feelings deepened, Mike decided he wanted to marry Marla. A few months into their relationship, he visited her parents to formally ask for their permission to marry her. With their blessing, he gave Marla an engagement ring, marking the start of their journey toward marriage. In 1998, they were married in the First United Methodist Church, promising to love, respect, and support one another in all situations, guided by their faith. At ages 31 and 37, respectively, Marla and Mike started their married life together at a military camp where Mike continued his pastoral work. He quickly became known as a powerful preacher, capable of touching even the most skeptical. His sermons inspired many to seek God, and he was recognized as a devoted disciple of Christ dedicated to sharing the gospel. Marla, now referred to as Marla Tab, became his committed partner in ministry. Understanding the responsibilities this role entailed, she wholeheartedly dedicated herself to supporting both him and their mission. 2 years into their marriage, Marla joyfully learned that she was expecting their first child. On April 25, 2000, they welcomed a baby boy named Jonathan, whose birth brought great happiness. Marla focused on raising Jonathan while Mike continued his ministry. However, as Mike's reputation as a preacher grew, so did the demands on his time. He received numerous invitations to speak at churches nationwide, resulting in frequent extended absences from home. As a young mother, Marla struggled with the challenges of his constant travels and yearned for his presence while feeling the pressure of raising their child mostly on her own. Their previously strong bond began to face its first significant challenge. Despite her husband's frequent absences, Marla found some comfort in the military camp where she had formed strong friendships and enjoyed a supportive community. However, she faced a devastating loss when she became pregnant again but unfortunately miscarried shortly after. Balancing the demands of motherhood while dealing with the emotional pain of her loss made it increasingly challenging for Marla to cope with Mike's long absences. Their relationship suffered as disagreements grew, and she wished for him to be more involved. Mike, however, felt that his commitments required him to travel often. Despite their challenges, they tried to repair their relationship, and by 2002, it appeared to be improving when Marla announced her pregnancy with another child. This news briefly brought peace to their home, but their relief was short-lived when Mike unexpectedly learned he was being discharged from military service and reassigned to a civilian position at a Methodist church. With little time to adapt to the unexpected move, he was relocated to a small agricultural town in Texas with a population of just 1,900. The timing was particularly difficult. Marla was close to giving birth, already managing their 2-year-old son, and now had to deal with a sudden relocation. Though she was hesitant, they had to move quickly. The arrival of the new pastor and his family was a big event for the close-knit community. Knowing about Marla's advanced pregnancy, the church women took it upon themselves to prepare the parsonage for the new family. However, Marla struggled to adjust to the upheaval and did not show gratitude as the congregation had hoped, leading to rumors about her being aloof and unapproachable. Adapting to civilian life was quite challenging for them. The move from a structured military ministry to a small-town church, combined with financial pressures and the stress of a growing family, placed further strain on their marriage. Both Marla and Mike felt the intense scrutiny of the congregation, who closely watched their every action. As tensions increased, Marla became the target of town gossip. A particular incident solidified her reputation. In a moment of frustration, she publicly confronted Mike. Her assertiveness was seen as inappropriate. From then on, many labeled her as a controlling wife who mistreated her husband. Marla was increasingly unhappy, began to share her struggles with trusted friends and family. She started to wonder if her current life resembled the Christian home she had once dreamed of. The stress negatively impacted her health, leading to labor complications that required an emergency C-section. On June 25, 2002, she gave birth to a baby boy, David. Now 2 years old, Jonathan was excited to have a little brother to care for. After taking time to recover, Marla tried to reconnect with her community and fulfill her role as the pastor's wife. However, she struggled to adjust to her new life. The hardships from the previous months had left lasting emotional wounds, and the strain in her marriage continued to increase, creating a tense atmosphere at home. Like many couples facing difficulties, they could have either resolved their differences or opted for a friendly separation. However, what unfolded next ended any chance of resolution in an unimaginably tragic way. On the night of August 5, 2002, the police received a 911 call that had been redirected from emergency services. The caller, a neighbor of the Tabb family, reported that Pastor Mike had shown up at their door in distress, carrying his 2 young children and pleading for help. His wife had been violently attacked. Emergency responders, including sheriff's deputies and firefighters, quickly arrived at the parsonage. The scene they encountered was heartbreaking. Marla, who had given birth just 6 weeks earlier, was discovered in her bedroom, still wearing her night clothes. Marla Tabb's badly beaten body was found in a pool of blood. An autopsy would reveal repeated blunt force trauma to her head and face. Her jaw was broken in several places and she appeared to have been strangled. The crime scene was chaotic, with broken picture frames, overturned furniture, and scattered belongings suggesting a violent altercation. Detectives also found a wooden table with a missing leg, which may have been the murder weapon. Investigators began collecting evidence while others interviewed Mike about that evening's events. He stated that he had just come home to find the front door open and his wife lying lifeless on the floor. After checking for a pulse and finding none, he ran to the children's room, took both boys, and went to a neighbor's house for help. While investigators searched for the murder weapon, one of Mike's comments raised eyebrows. Unprompted, he suggested that his wife had been attacked with a baseball bat, which was suspicious since the authorities had not yet identified how she died. Detectives explored several leads, initially thinking it might have been a home invasion that went wrong. However, they quickly ruled that out because nothing valuable was missing. Another theory emerged, suggesting a crime of passion, but there were no clear suspects. Investigators remained open to all possibilities. That night, Mike was asked to take his children somewhere safe. They were temporarily placed with their paternal grandparents. Law enforcement then requested his clothes and shoes for analysis, questioned him about his activities earlier that evening. He claimed he had taken his 2-year-old son to his parents' house, which they later confirmed. In a town where violent crime was extremely rare, the last homicide occurred 5 years ago. News of Marla's brutal death spread quickly, shocking the entire community. Many residents were appalled by the violent nature of the attack, and many sympathized with Mike, who now had the difficult task of raising 2 young children on his own. Marla's funeral was a small, intimate ceremony, during which a fellow minister spoke about her strong faith and commitment to God. Although her death was a heavy loss for her loved ones, the sermon emphasized it as a transition to eternal peace. Mike was visibly heartbroken throughout the service, and his deep sorrow resonated with those present. In the meantime, investigators continued to speak with Marla's acquaintances in hopes of finding leads in the case. A significant breakthrough occurred when they interviewed Melanie. Struggling to hold back tears, she shared that her sister had confided in her just weeks before her death, expressing great concern about her troubled marriage. Marla discovers a surprising flyer for a dance club offering intimate services stuffed in Mike's pocket. When she confronted him about it, he claimed it belonged to a church member he was counseling, but Marla was not convinced by his explanation. As she investigated further, she found a concerning pattern. The trips that Mike often claimed were for church ministry were actually opportunities for him to engage in a secret life that went against his teachings. Investigators pursued this information and discovered 2 separate P.O. boxes, one in Troop, another in North Carolina, where Marla and Michael had once lived. These concealed mailboxes enabled Mike to hide his double life from his family. Authorities were determined to gather clear evidence to support their belief that Marla had been murdered because she planned to divorce Mike and expose his lies. They placed Mike under secret surveillance, suspecting he would soon show his true self, and they were correct. Mike was often seen visiting illegal venues, including escort services and strip clubs, where he drank heavily. Just days after Marla's funeral, he was seen entering a high-end club that catered to celebrities. Forensic tests using luminol found traces of Marla's blood inside the trunk of Mike's car and on his shoes, including the laces. With this undeniable evidence, law enforcement quickly collaborated with the district attorney's office to obtain an arrest warrant. On August 8, 2002, the small town of Troop was shocked when news emerged that their respected First United Methodist pastor had been arrested as the main suspect in his wife's murder. He was released the same day after posting a $50,000 bail. His legal team quickly arranged for a preliminary hearing to take place in mid-August, and they were negotiating a plea deal that would prevent a lengthy trial in exchange for a 50-year prison sentence. However, when the hearing arrived, Mike was missing. Authorities later found out that he had tried to take his own life. His defense lawyers claimed he was hospitalized, while prosecutors argued that this was a ploy to evade justice and called for harsher penalties. According to his family, Mike had been staying at his parents' house before the hearing. He went for a walk one afternoon and did not return. Concerned, his family contacted the authorities, leading to a search. He was eventually found near a lake with a serious stab wound to the neck, requiring nearly 3 hours of emergency surgery. In light of these developments, prosecutors sought to increase his prison sentence from 50 to 55 years, and a judge raised his bail to $1 million. On September 29, 2003, Mike appeared in district court, showing no visible emotion as he formally accepted a plea deal from the prosecution. His defense attorney explained to reporters that they chose to avoid a full trial to spare both families from exposing painful details about the case. The attorney admitted that Mike had taken Marla's life, but suggested that the true motive might never be fully understood. He claimed that Mike's main concern was to protect his children from learning about the disturbing circumstances of their mother's death. Unfortunately, that hope was ultimately in vain. The case attracted significant media attention, making it impossible to conceal the tragic details of Marla's murder. Before the judge issued the final sentence, Melanie took the stand to deliver a victim impact statement on behalf of the family. With a trembling voice filled with emotion, she addressed Mike directly, reminding him that he had left his own children orphaned. She demanded that he take responsibility for his actions and stand before the court to admit that he was the one who had taken their mother away from them. The judge issued a final ruling, sentencing Michael Tabb to 55 years in prison for Marla's murder. Prosecutors explained that according to Texas law, he would not be eligible for parole until he served at least 27.5 years. Throughout the trial, Mike stayed silent and showed no emotion. Reports later revealed that he had tried to end his life multiple times while in prison. Despite receiving psychological help, he continued to struggle with his inner turmoil. Analysts suggested that the heavy burden of guilt weighed on him, possibly due to his past as a preacher who once spoke to a congregation about morality and faith. The investigation revealed that Mike served only 20 years of his sentence. He passed away in 2023 and was buried in a Texas cemetery, where his headstone does not mention his date of death. There was no official announcement about the cause of his death. Interestingly, his family listed Marla as his wife in his memorial records, and his tombstone included the phrase "loving son." While Mike may have genuinely been a caring son to his parents, his selfishness ultimately deprived his children of a father they could look up to. More tragically, he took away Marla's opportunity to see her sons grow up, a future she had hoped for as a devoted wife and mother, now lost due to the actions of the person who promised to love, protect her. The murder of Marla Tabb in Troop, Texas, stands as a stark reminder of the hidden fractures that can lie beneath a facade of faith and devotion. Marla, a vibrant mother and talented musician whose life was anchored by her love for God and family, was betrayed in the most unimaginable way by her husband, Michael Tabb, a pastor whose secret life unraveled in a brutal act of violence. The discovery of her battered body in their home shattered the close-knit community, exposing the dissonance between Mike's public persona and his private deceit. His 2003 guilty plea and 55-year sentence, though a step toward justice, could not erase the pain endured by Marla's sister Melanie, her sons Jonathan and David, and a town left grappling with disbelief. Mike's death in 2023, after serving only 20 years, closed a chapter but left unanswered questions about his motives and remorse. Marla's legacy, carried forward by those who cherished her, endures as a testament to her grace and resilience, even as her loss underscores the devastating cost of betrayal and the enduring quest for healing in its aftermath. Megan Varrikas grew up in Pittsburgh, in a supportive and loving family. Her parents had lived happily together for over 30 years, and she had always hoped that one day she could find a love like theirs. In her 20s, she got married, but sadly, the relationship ended in divorce as she and her husband grew apart. This thing made her lose faith in love and caused her to be reluctant to start a new relationship. However, life had other plans for her. In the winter of 2014, a man named Leon Jacob checked into the downtown Pittsburgh hotel where Megan worked as a manager. Initially, she was put off by Leon's arrogance and lack of consideration for others. But over time, his charm and persistence wore down her reservations. Against her instincts, she decided to give him a chance. Leon showered her with affection and attention, and soon, she found herself falling for him. Coming from a wealthy family, Leon had attended an elite boarding school and later built a successful career as a transplant surgeon. Like Megan, he had also faced challenges in his love life, as he was going through a divorce when they met. As their relationship grew, he convinced her that she deserved a wonderful life. Eventually, Leon decided to move back to Houston, his hometown, and invited Megan to join him. Although Megan loved her life in Pittsburgh, she was excited for a fresh start and eager to take their relationship to the next level. Upon arriving in Houston, she began looking for work and found a job as a sales clerk at a hotel in the area. This allowed her to explore a new city while building her independence. She rented an apartment, where Leon later moved in with her. They also opened a joint bank account, which felt like a significant step for Megan. She initially struggled with sharing finances, but she also saw it as a sign of Leon's commitment and their promising future. When Megan met Leon's family, they bonded quickly, and she began picturing Leon as her future husband. Despite being far from her loved ones in Pittsburgh, she adjusted well to life in Houston. She created a new social circle and adopted a dog, which brought her joy. Online, Megan and Leon appeared to have the perfect relationship, sharing photos of their adventures, romantic gestures, and happy moments. But behind that facade, cracks in their relationship begin to show. Leon was unable to practice medicine in Texas because he lacked the required license. This obstacle derailed his career ambitions as a transplant surgeon. Feeling undervalued, he refused to accept a job as a surgeon's assistant, which he viewed as beneath his qualifications. Over time, this career setback placed significant strain on their relationship. Megan, who had sacrificed much of her independence to support him, began to feel unappreciated and frustrated. As tensions mount, they realize that their dreams for the future are increasingly different. While Megan wanted to believe in a shared future, Leon's frustration and dissatisfaction with his circumstances made it difficult to align their goals. Instead of seeking employment in his field, Leon relied heavily on Megan's income to support their household. This financial dependence placed an overwhelming burden on her. She began experiencing frustration and resentment as the weight of her responsibilities took a toll on her emotional and mental well-being. In a heated moment, Megan expressed her frustrations with Leon in front of his family, further straining their relationship. When they returned to their apartment, the situation escalated. Angered, Leon lashed out violently, tearing through Megan's closet and throwing all her clothes off the balcony. This act of violence left Megan feeling hurt, helpless, and having difficulty accepting the seriousness of what had just happened. Over time, Leon's anger toward Megan worsened, escalating from verbal insults to physical violence. He frequently exhibited abusive behavior, such as throwing a glass bottle he used for spitting tobacco at her, humiliating her, and calling her degrading names. The abuse grew increasingly frequent, leaving Megan in a constant state of fear and anxiety. Despite his actions, Leon often expressed regret, claiming he loved her and that she was his source of happiness. However, his apologies were short-lived, and the cycle of abuse continued, leaving Megan feeling helpless and isolated. On January 12, 2017, after a long day of work at the hotel, Megan returned home to find Leon in a foul mood. Without explanation, he threw a glass of wine at her. After years of enduring abuse, she had reached her breaking point. Determined to break free from the toxic relationship, she confronted Leon and told him she was leaving him. Resolute, she packed her belongings and prepared to leave. However, he did not accept that and decided to confront her. As Megan attempted to leave with her suitcase, Leon stormed into the bedroom and tried to stop her. He covered her face with his hands, physically restraining her in a threatening manner. Terrified, Megan realized the danger of the situation and acted quickly. She grabbed her dog and ran out of the bedroom, desperate to escape. Leon chased after her as she fled down the driveway, even tugging at the car door to prevent her from leaving. Megan, determined to get away, managed to close the car door and drive off. While she was trying to escape, Leon continued to chase her, threatening to break the car window if she didn't stop. Afraid for her safety, she ignored his threats and kept driving, putting as much distance as she could between herself and him. The next day, when Megan arrived at work at the hotel, it was clear she had been crying. Friends and colleagues approached her to ask questions because they saw her suffering. Unable to hold back any longer, Megan broke down and revealed the abuse she had been enduring at Leon's hands. Her friends and co-workers were shocked to learn the truth about what she had been going through. Throughout the day, Leon repeatedly contacted Megan through various methods, sending her erratic messages. Some messages were filled with declarations of love and apologies, along with his intentions to propose, while others abruptly stated that he was done with her. As the day went on, Megan became increasingly frustrated with Leon's constant harassment and asked him to stop contacting her. To her shock, she later discovered that he had emptied their bank account. When she returned home, she found their apartment in disarray, with all the furniture gone. Luckily, she arrived before Leon could dispose of her clothes and personal belongings. She promptly went to the police station to report Leon for assault and also sought a protective order, though the process was slow. A few days later, as Megan was leaving her apartment for work, she noticed Leon in her rearview mirror following her. Panicked, she sped through the city in an attempt to lose him, but he persistently pursued her. He eventually cut her off, forcing her to stop. He approached her car and insisted that leaving him was a mistake. She managed to swerve her car and escape. Leon's behavior caused so much trouble that the hotel where Megan worked eventually banned him from the premises. Undeterred, he began lurking outside the building, making Megan's co-workers and friends uncomfortable. Finally, one of Megan's friends confronted Leon, chasing him across the street and yelling at him to stop harassing her. Despite this confrontation, the harassment persisted, ultimately culminating in Leon's arrest for assault. However, he was released from jail the very next day. Even the prospect of legal consequences did not deter him. 2 weeks after his arrest, Megan had to appear in court alongside Leon. During the proceedings, the judge issued a protective order for Megan against Leon. Sitting in the courtroom that day was Valerie McDaniel, a successful veterinarian from Houston. Valerie had recently endured a difficult divorce from her husband, Mac, after 19 years of marriage. Megan and Valerie were previously just close friends, but their relationship became closer as Valerie faced difficulties during her divorce. Megan was shocked to discover that Valerie had supported Leon in court. What surprised her even more was learning that Valerie had helped post Leon's bail. According to a sponsor, Leon not only applied for bail but also contacted a man named Zach. He gave Zach a large sum of money to resolve an issue. He emphasized that she needed to disappear and that he couldn't let her testify against him in court. Troubled by Leon's alarming words, which implied he might have hired Zach to harm a witness, the bail bondsman raised the alarm, contacting his connections, including a city council member and the Houston police chief, to share his concerns. In late February 2017, Megan finally felt relieved to be free from Leon's control and received a protective order. However, her peace was soon shattered when she was contacted by a detective who warned her about a threat to her life. Feeling fearful and uncertain, she met the detectives the next day, disguised in a wig, hat, and sunglasses. The detectives explained that they had received information about the threat and needed to ensure her safety. For her protection, they surrounded her with police officers and advised her to leave Texas and relocate to Pittsburgh. She quickly packed her belongings and left. The investigation into Leon and the alleged murder-for-hire plot was turned over to the Harris County District Attorney's Special Crimes Bureau. As detectives delved deeper into the case, they were surprised to learn that Leon was a doctor, a profession rarely associated with individuals involved in such serious crimes. During their investigation, they identified his associate, Zach, who was revealed to be a man named Motaz Azza. When Motaz was interviewed, he admitted to knowing Leon but denied being a hitman. He disclosed that Leon had approached him with a request to kill his ex-girlfriend, Megan. However, Motaz claimed he had no intention of harming her and was only motivated by the promise of financial compensation. He also revealed that Leon frequently contacted him, pressuring him to go through with the plan. Detectives offered Motaz a chance to cooperate with them in order to catch Leon in the act, and he agreed to help. With Motaz's cooperation, the detectives moved closer to arresting Leon while ensuring Megan's safety. Their plan focused on protecting Megan and apprehending Leon without endangering any of the parties involved. A few days later, Leon and his girlfriend Valerie met with Motaz and another man named Javier at a local Olive Garden. Javier, introduced as a potential hitman, was in fact an undercover police officer. During the conversation, Leon shared detailed ideas about how to kill Megan, including using a lethal injection of potassium chloride to stop her heart. He believed this method would leave no trace and arouse no suspicion. Leon further explained that Valerie, as a veterinarian, had access to potassium chloride through her clinic. He suggested that Valerie could supply the drug to facilitate the plan. Leon also disclosed that Megan was not the only person he wanted killed. He expressed his desire to eliminate additional targets, including Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, whom he described as the worst person he had ever met. Leon's enthusiasm for involving Motaz and Javier in his schemes grew as the conversation continued. Later, Valerie confided in Javier, unaware that he was an undercover officer. She shared her concerns about Mac, revealing that he was planning to fight for custody of her daughter. Detectives involved in the case approached Megan and Mac, asking for their assistance in a fake abduction and murder plan. The idea was to create a staged crime scene and take photos as evidence for an undercover officer to present to Leon and Valerie. Although initially hesitant, Megan and Mac agreed to collaborate. To stage Mac's supposed execution inside his car, detectives used pig's blood to make it appear as though he had been shot in the head. Knowing Leon was a doctor, they took extra precautions to ensure the scene looked realistic. For Megan, the detectives staged a kidnapping scenario. They bound her hands and feet with zip ties and covered her mouth with duct tape. Realizing that Leon had hired someone to kill her, she became increasingly distressed and cried throughout the process. She felt trapped, caught in the detectives' plan to lure Leon into incriminating himself. After taking photos of the staged crime scene, Javier, the undercover cop, contacts Leon, informing him that he dealt with Mac and shows Leon the photos. Javier also claimed that Megan had been kidnapped but said she was unwilling to flee the state or drop any charges against Leon. He then suggested that killing her was the only viable solution. A few hours later, police arrived at Valerie's apartment, where both she and Leon were present. They recorded the encounter using body cameras as they informed Valerie that Mac had been killed. In reality, Mac was completely safe. Upon receiving the news, Leon and Valerie pretended to be shocked. Without being asked, Leon claimed that he and Valerie had been home all day with her daughter, offering an alibi that appeared rehearsed and suspicious. Leon and Valerie were arrested for soliciting capital murder. After their arrest, the officers revealed that neither Mac nor Megan had been harmed. They were both alive and safe. Leon pleaded not guilty to the charges. Valerie was released on a $50,000 bond 3 days after her arrest. Valerie's friends believed she never would have been involved in the plot if not for Leon's influence. According to them, Valerie craved love and attention, which Leon exploited through manipulation and his controlling behavior. They believed that Leon's emotional and psychological grip on Valerie pushed her to commit the crime. Valerie's loved ones described her as a caring and compassionate person who was always ready to help others. They were shocked at the thought of her involvement in any harmful actions against Mac or his loved ones. They believed Valerie's desire for affection blinded her to the consequences of her choices. Her friends portrayed Leon as a manipulative and controlling man who used his charm to influence others, including Valerie. They felt his control over her emotions and decisions ultimately drove her actions. 2 weeks after being released on bail, Valerie ended her life. She was scheduled to appear in court the next day. Before her death, Valerie recorded a video on her iPad explaining her perspective on the murder-for-hire scheme that had led to her arrest. In the video, she claimed that the police had entrapped her and insisted she never intended to harm her ex-husband Mac, who was also the father of her daughter. Valerie's death shocked her loved ones. He was reportedly devastated by the news, according to Leon's attorney. Leon, who considered Valerie his wife, requested permission from the judge to attend her funeral, but his request was denied. In 2018, Leon stood trial for attempting to solicit capital murder. His defense argued that he had not hired a hitman with the intention of killing his ex-girlfriend Megan. Instead, they claimed he had hired a private investigator to help reunite with her and had no plan to harm her. However, prosecutors rejected this argument and presented evidence, including recordings in which Leon discussed killing Megan using a potassium chloride injection. The jury was also shown staged crime scene photos of Megan and Mac, depicting them as murder victims. Finally, Leon Jacob was convicted on 2 charges of soliciting capital murder. He was sentenced to life in prison and fined $10,000. Jessica Lynn Carpenter lived in Aiken with her parents and 2 older sisters. She was a senior at Aiken High School, where she participated in the school band. During the summers, she worked part-time as a hostess at Red Lobster, a local restaurant. As summer break came to an end, she was excited to start her final year of high school. On August 4, 2000, Jessica had lunch with her mother, Judy. After lunch, her mother went to work, leaving her home alone. Tragically, this was the last time Judy would see her daughter alive. When she returned home around 5:30 p.m., she walked inside and was met with a horrifying sight. Jessica was lying naked on the floor, lifeless. In shock and panic, Judy ran to her car and called 911. The 911 operator instructed Judy to go back inside and check whether Jessica was breathing. Despite her fear, Judy complied and followed the operator's guidance. She confirmed that Jessica showed no signs of life and was cold to the touch. Emergency responders quickly arrived at the scene, but Jessica was pronounced dead. The police began their investigation by searching the house to ensure the perpetrator was no longer present. Jessica had a telephone wire wrapped around her neck and had suffered a stab wound to her neck. She was unclothed, suggesting that the crime may have been motivated by abuse. Evidence of a violent struggle was found in Jessica's bedroom, kitchen, and living room, suggesting that she had fought back against her attacker. Investigators collected DNA samples from Jessica's body and some fingerprints at the scene, but physical evidence was scant. The most significant clue was an unidentified male DNA sample. Beyond this, detectives had limited leads. One critical observation stood out: there were no signs of forced entry. Jessica, typically vigilant about locking the doors when home alone, must have either known the perpetrator or felt comfortable enough to let them in. The crime shocked the quiet neighborhood, which was unaccustomed to such violence. Residents could hardly believe that such a horrifying incident had taken place in their community, where events like this were previously unheard of. During the forensic examination, it was confirmed that Jessica died as a result of internal bleeding and lack of oxygen. The house that was once filled with joy and laughter is now filled with pain and loss. The living room, once a space for warm family evenings and lively birthday celebrations, has now become the scene of a heartbreaking tragedy. Jessica's parents, Charlie and Judy, were consumed by sorrow, burdened by the belief that they had failed to protect their daughter. Jessica's sisters were heartbroken, but the tragedy brought the family closer together as they supported one another. They clung to hope, trusting that the police would uncover the truth and bring the person responsible for Jessica's death to justice. In Aiken, a small city, news of Jessica's murder spread rapidly. Local TV stations and newspapers extensively covered the incident. Law enforcement often relies on media coverage to seek assistance from the public in solving crimes, and this case was no exception. While detectives released some basic information about the crime to the press, critical details were withheld to preserve the integrity of the investigation. They kept secret the facts that Jessica had been shot in the neck, strangled with a telephone wire, and found unclothed. On August 25, 2000, 3 weeks after Jessica's murder, police received their first major tip through the media. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from a convenience store located just a few blocks from Jessica's house. In the footage, they noticed a young man in the upper right corner of the screen who caught their attention. Investigators believed he might hold information about Jessica's death. They sought to identify and question him as part of their investigation. Every lead, no matter how minor, was examined thoroughly in the hope of uncovering the truth. Using surveillance footage, the Aiken police created a sketch of the man and shared it on television, hoping someone would recognize him. Believing the sketch was key to uncovering the truth, detectives brought it to Aiken High School, where Jessica had been a student. At the school, they sought help from the principal. However, the principal did not recognize the individual in the sketch. Detectives then interviewed Jessica's classmates, believing that even the smallest detail could provide a clue. They focused on students who had participated in activities with Jessica, such as her bandmates, as well as her teachers. Despite spending hours searching the school for clues, no one was able to identify the man in the sketch. A few days later, the police identified the man from the footage, but he was found to have no connection to Jessica's death. He was simply a traveling student selling magazines. With few leads, investigators reached out to Jessica's close friends. Alice Bryant, one of Jessica's best friends since 6th grade, was questioned. Both Alice and Jessica were in the school orchestra, eagerly anticipating their senior year while focusing on college plans. When asked if Jessica had any enemies or conflicts, Alice firmly stated that Jessica got along with everyone and had no known disputes. This left investigators at another dead end. With no useful information from Jessica's friends, police turned their attention to the strongest piece of evidence they had, the DNA from an unidentified man found at the crime scene. After running the sample through a database, no matches were found. Believing that Jessica likely knew and trusted her killer, detectives began investigating people in her inner circle. DNA samples were collected from her family, friends, and neighbors. The investigation also extended to Jessica's mother Judy's workplace, where police interviewed all the male staff, including her supervisor, to rule out potential suspects. The Aiken police also worked with local media, encouraging men in the area to voluntarily provide DNA samples. Around 300 samples were tested, but none matched the DNA found on Jessica's body. This is disappointing because the culprit has yet to be discovered, leaving the investigation without any breakthrough. 2 months after Jessica's death, a similar crime took place in Georgia involving 18-year-old Chrysalie Barton. Remarkably, Chrysalie survived and was able to share her account with the police. She explained that she had met a man in a restaurant parking lot who offered her a modeling job. When she asked to see his identification, he refused. The man then asked if he could walk her home. Although hesitant, Chrysalie agreed, a decision she quickly regretted. Once inside her home, the man attacked her, tore off her clothes, and began strangling her. He also stabbed her 3 times before leaving, believing she was dead. However, Chrysalie survived. She crawled to the phone, called 911, and later provided a description of her attacker to the authorities. The similarities between this attack and the murder of Jessica were striking. Investigators suspected that the same man was responsible for both crimes. When the police released a sketch of the suspect, tips began pouring in. One notable tip came from one of Jessica's former co-workers at Red Lobster. She recognized the man in the sketch and recalled an incident from the week before Jessica's murder. According to the story, while she was chatting with Jessica on the street, the man approached her, asked for directions and suggested that one of them should go with him to show them the way. However, both refused. Realizing they worked at Red Lobster from their uniforms, the man walked away. A week later, Jessica was murdered. This raised serious questions for investigators. Was the encounter just a coincidence, or was it something more sinister? After broadcasting the sketch of the suspect on all major news outlets, the police made a significant breakthrough. 3 days later, they identified him as Ronaldo Rivera and placed him on the wanted list, determined to capture him before he could harm anyone else. His car was found parked at a motel. Officers quickly arrived and stormed the motel room where Ronaldo was staying. The television was showing the news, and the suspect's sketch was being aired again. By then, Ronaldo was lying unconscious on the floor. In an attempt to avoid arrest, he ended his life with a blade. Fortunately, the police arrived in time to save his life. Detectives immediately began investigating whether Ronaldo was connected to Jessica's death. He was born in Madrid, Spain, into a doctor's family. When he was 7, his family moved to Puerto Rico. At 19, he joined the U.S. Navy, serving in Orlando, Florida, and San Diego, California. Between 1986 and 1991, he worked for the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C., while attending the University of South Carolina, where he earned a degree in office administration. Over the years, he lived in Graniteville, Columbia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina, eventually settling in North Augusta. On Valentine's Day in 1993, he married Tammy Lisa Bonnet, and they had 2 children together. By 1998, he was working as a tire inspector for the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company in Aiken. However, no one suspected that he was living a double life. Jessica's family and the Aiken police were confident they had found her killer. But when investigators searched his motel room, they were startled to discover a note stating he had no connection to Jessica's death. He was initially arrested for assaulting Crisley Barton, and the police believed he might also be tied to Jessica's case, thinking the investigation was nearing its conclusion. However, instead of confessing to Jessica's murder, he shocked investigators by admitting to an entirely different string of unsolved crimes. On July 17, 1999, 17-year-old Melissa Faye Dinges from Graniteville, South Carolina, disappeared without a trace. During the search, deputies from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office reported seeing a girl matching Melissa's description. She was spotted twice with an older white man with dark hair. In the first sighting, she entered a tan, older model car. In the second, she was seen in a bright red, 4-door car. On October 13, 2000, Melissa's skeletal remains were discovered in a wooded area off I-20 near Harlem, Georgia, about 7 miles west of the Savannah River. The location was confirmed after Ronaldo provided directions to the burial site. On December 4, 2000, 17-year-old Tiffany Shearies Wilson from Jackson, South Carolina, went missing while visiting a Winn-Dixie grocery store in North Augusta with her 2-month-old daughter, Caitlin. Her car was left in a parking lot, and witnesses reported seeing her get into a mid-1980s white, 4-door Ford that quickly drove away. 3 days later, Caitlin was found abandoned in her mother's car at a Georgia Welcome Center, just across the state line. On December 30th, hunters discovered the body of a young woman in a heavily wooded area near Graniteville. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the remains as Tiffany's. On June 19, 2000, 18-year-old Tabitha Lee Bostel from Augusta, Georgia, disappeared under circumstances similar to the earlier victims. Her family said they had dropped her off at a Huddle house, where she planned to apply for a second part-time job before heading to her main job as a telemarketer. Her remains were later found and identified, leading to Ronaldo being charged in her case. On September 5, 2000, 21-year-old Marnie Marie Glista was assaulted in her home. She suffered severe injuries but initially survived and was taken to a local hospital. Tragically, she died from her injuries 5 days later, becoming Ronaldo's 4th known victim. On October 10, 2000, Ronaldo attacked Crisley Barton, who survived the encounter. Her survival allowed the police to create a sketch of the suspect. Ronaldo's victims were all young women of similar ages, and his attacks followed a consistent pattern, ultimately involving strangulation and stab wounds to the neck. At the age of 37, he was placed in solitary confinement under constant medical supervision to prevent further self-harm. Although he confessed to 5 additional crimes, he denied involvement in Jessica's murder. Police collected Ronaldo's DNA and rushed the sample to a lab for testing. For Jessica's family, the waiting was excruciating. Just as investigators thought they had solved the case, a new twist emerged, prolonging the mystery. Craig Gant, a police informant, notified authorities that a man named Tony Baldwin had confessed to murdering Jessica. At the time, Tony was already incarcerated in the Aiken County Jail, facing charges for another murder. Authorities collected DNA samples from him to determine if he was connected to Jessica's death. Meanwhile, police, friends, and Jessica's family anxiously await the results. By January 2001, the DNA test results for both suspects, Ronaldo and Tony, had been revealed, leaving the entire community on edge. In a surprising twist, both Ronaldo and Tony were cleared of any involvement, as their DNA did not match the evidence found at the scene or on Jessica's body. This outcome was deeply disappointing for Jessica's family and the investigators. Despite their efforts, weeks turned into months, and the case remained unsolved. 2 years after Jessica's death, on August 19, 2002, the detective working the case received a breakthrough phone call from the lab. They had found a DNA match. The DNA belonged to Robert Atkins, a man serving time in a Georgia prison. He had a criminal history that included theft and probation violations, which had resulted in his repeated imprisonment. Georgia, being one of the few states at the time to collect and store prisoners' DNA in a national database, ultimately linked Robert to Jessica's case. The discovery left investigators in shock, raising many questions. Why did Robert kill Jessica? How did he know her? Why had his name never surfaced during the investigation? A detective traveled to the Georgia prison to get answers. When questioned, he initially denied knowing Jessica. However, as the detective described the heartbreak endured by Jessica's mother, Judy, her overwhelming grief and inability to move on, he became emotional. He expressed remorse, broke down in tears, and asked for a break during the interview. Shortly afterward, he confessed to murdering Jessica. He later led investigators to the murder weapon, a bloody knife wrapped in a t-shirt and buried under a bush. Using Robert's confession, investigators pieced together the events leading up to the murder. A week earlier, Robert, an airborne express courier, had delivered a package to Jessica's home. On August 4, 2000, he returned under false pretenses. When she opened the door, he claimed that the package he delivered the previous week might have been a mistake. Jessica assured him there was no mistake. He then asked if he could use her phone, and she, not suspecting any harm, allowed him inside. While pretending to use the phone, he realized that she was alone. He attacked her, forced her into the bedroom, and made her undress. Despite her pleading and promising not to tell anyone, he refused her pleas. He then retrieved a knife from the kitchen, cut the phone cord, and used it to strangle her. Finally, he attacked her in the neck, left her body in the house, and took the knife with him as he fled. Shockingly, the following day, he got married and behaved as though nothing had happened. Jessica's kind and trusting nature, displayed in how she let Robert into her home and even offered him water, made her family even more heartbroken and furious over the brutal crime. On May 22, 2006, Robert agreed to a plea deal with prosecutors, pleading guilty to 5 charges. Facing the death penalty, he instead received a life sentence. Judge Diane Goodstein asked if he understood that he would spend the rest of his life in prison, confirming his understanding of the punishment. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 2 life terms. Meanwhile, Ronaldo Rivera, another criminal, had been sentenced to death in 2004. During his trial, he claimed mental illness and argued that doctors should study his condition to find a cure. He admitted to fantasizing about future killings and warned that he would kill again if released. Remarkably, Ronaldo even requested the death penalty. However, 12 years later, in 2016, he recanted his testimony and began efforts to appeal his sentence. Despite his attempts, in October 2024, the court rejected his final appeal. It was the 4th of July, a time for celebration. Raul was unaware that someone was approaching from behind. He held a firework in his hands, ready to ignite it, but before he could do so, a gunshot was fired. The festive noise temporarily masked the sound. When the celebration was over, Raul had vanished. Initially, no one understood what had happened to him. Concern grew among his family when he stopped responding to his phone. Days went by with no trace of him, but as the police began their investigation, they uncovered a dark tale, one filled with jealousy, revenge, and a meticulously executed crime hidden behind the festive fireworks. But why was Raoul targeted, and who was responsible? The truth would take weeks to surface. First, let's get to know Lauren Wombles. She was born on March 12, 1997, in Dothan, Alabama. Her mother was a stripper, and little information was available about her father. It was evident that Lauren's parents had a rocky relationship, often filled with arguments. Due to this instability, Lauren was mainly raised by her maternal grandmother and her aunt, Erin, who was just 11 years older than her. This close age difference made Erin feel more like an older sister than an aunt. The two grew up together, sharing everything. With her grandmother's support, they formed a loving and tight-knit family. From a young age, Lauren was distinctive. She had beautiful blonde hair, striking blue eyes, and an infectious charm. Her confidence, intelligence, and laid-back nature made her well-liked among her peers. Family members remember that even as a child, Lauren was aware of her beauty and charisma. She aspired to be a model, dreamed of a glamorous life filled with fame. However, as she entered her teenage years, her demeanor changed. Once easygoing, she became rebellious, often skipping school. Lauren lived by her own rules, convinced that no one could control her. At the age of 16, Lauren had an experience that would significantly impact her life. While walking in Dothan, a man approached her, captivated by her appearance. He introduced himself as an entertainment agent, offered to help her start a modeling career by taking photos and connecting her with opportunities. This excited Lauren, but there was one issue: she was still underage. Despite this, the man seemed unconcerned and gave her his business card, encouraging her to reach out once she turned 18. Eager to share the news, Lauren rushed home to tell her aunt, Erin. Instead of celebrating, Erin expressed her deep worries. She cautioned Lauren not to trust the man, fearing that his intentions might not be genuine. However, Lauren, determined and headstrong, dismissed her aunt's concerns. She planned to call him as soon as she turned 18, and she did. Lauren's 18th birthday was a happy time for her family. They celebrated at the popular restaurant Applebee's, enjoying dinner and karaoke together. Her family had no idea this would be the last time they saw her for a long while. The following day, she disappeared, leaving her family frantic with worry as they searched everywhere for her. Although Lauren had always been a bit rebellious, going missing without any notice was very unusual for her. Panic intensified until they received a calm text from her. In the message, she explained that she was flying to Las Vegas that very day with an agent she had met 2 years earlier. She had made her decision: she was entering the adult film industry. In 2015, the adult film industry was thriving, generating billions of dollars each year. To meet the increasing demand, producers were always on the lookout for new talent. For newcomers, earnings varied from $200 to $1,500 per shoot. Coming from a financially struggling background, Lauren found the idea of earning a living based on her looks too appealing to ignore. Upon her arrival in Las Vegas, she realized she needed a memorable and impactful stage name. Inspired by the elegance of gold, she chose Aubrey Gold as a tribute to her mother. Her agency quickly transformed her appearance by fixing her teeth, styling her hair, smoothing out minor scars on her face. She received designer outfits, luxurious shoes, and flashy accessories. Now ready and polished, she dove wholeheartedly into the industry, filming 32 videos, collaborating with some of the biggest studios within just 6 months. The pressures of the adult film industry were overwhelming, and many performers used substances to escape the reality of their work. Aubrey Gold was one of them. She began using marijuana, but after 2 years, it no longer provided the relief she needed. She then turned to alcohol and harder banned substances. At first, her behavior didn't raise concerns, but as her addiction escalated, production studios started to notice. She began arriving late to shoots, frequently disappearing to use banned substances, sometimes showed up so intoxicated that she could barely function. As a result, productions were delayed, and some of her footage became unusable, leading every major studio to blacklist her. In 2017, her agency sued her for breaching her contract, which resulted in the loss of all her royalties. She would not earn anything from the films she had already made, and her agents retained all rights to distribute them. With her career in ruins, Lauren decided to pay to end her contract and left the industry with nothing. Feeling lost and without options, she took on her former name, Lauren Wombles. With no place to turn, she returned to her grandmother's and aunt's home in Alabama. Despite her struggles, they welcomed her back with open arms, committed to helping her rebuild her life. Lauren began working as a waitress at a local restaurant, where she met a young man her age who was described by her family as kind and caring. Although his identity is unknown, by the time Lauren turned 20, she was pregnant with his child. They was excited about their future and embraced the pregnancy with joy. For Lauren, becoming a mother motivated her to change her life. She grew closer to her family, continued her job, and, most importantly, she completely stopped using banned substance. After a healthy pregnancy, she gave birth to a baby girl. Initially, life seemed to be improving. Her past in the adult film industry felt far away. However, her old enemy, addiction, surfaced again. Her relapse worried many, especially her boyfriend's mother, who believed Lauren was unfit to raise a child in her current state. She reported Lauren to Child Protective Services, which led to the permanent loss of custody. This devastated Lauren. Instead of trying to improve her situation, she fell deeper into addiction, believing she had failed. Banned substance became her only way to cope. Her story wasn't finished yet. In a small town like Dothan, everyone was aware of each other's business. Just as people knew Lauren, they were also familiar with William Shane Parker. He had a reputation as a dangerous criminal, and locals warned against getting involved with him. Although he claimed to have served in the military, he returned home to a life of theft and murder for hire. By late 2019, she got her chance in an unexpected place, the Dothan County Jail. Lauren had been arrested for a minor offense and sentenced to 45 days in jail, while Shane was incarcerated for more serious charges. Lauren became fascinated by the prospect of meeting him, drawn in by his infamous reputation. While they were both locked up, they began exchanging letters and messages through other inmates. Once Lauren was released, she was committed to waiting for Shane. When he finally got out, they quickly began a tumultuous relationship. Despite her aunt's pleas to leave Shane and her banning him from their home, Lauren remained undeterred. Shane and Lauren spent every day together, using banned substance and committing minor crimes. Soon, they moved to Graceville, just 10 miles from Dothan. There, Shane introduced Lauren to an important figure in his life, Jeremy Odell Peters. Peters, who was 20 years older than them, owned a successful construction company in Florida, but it served as a cover for his true business, banned substance trafficking. As an experienced criminal, Peters had faced multiple arrests for banned substance dealing at both the state and federal levels, but always managed to avoid serious repercussions. Shane became Peters's right-hand man, and Lauren frequently spent her time at Peters's home. Their involvement in crime was no secret, they openly showed it off. Shane boasted about being a contract killer, claiming he could take a life for as little as $5,000. Instead of being alarmed, Lauren suggesting she would join him if the chance presented itself. It was only a matter of time before her words became a reality. In early 2020, Shane arrived at Peters's house with a man named Raul Ambrizgian. Raul had led a nomadic lifestyle, originally from Mexico and raised in Texas. He had a family, a former wife and 3 children, waiting for him at home. He worked in construction, moving around to provide for them. Raul met Shane while they were both incarcerated in Jackson County Jail. Raul was serving time for an expired vehicle registration, while Shane was in jail due to issues with a fake driver's license. In jail, Shane befriended Raul and promised him that his good friend Peters would offer him a job once they were released. Unaware of the trouble that awaited him, Raul accepted the offer and joined their group, oblivious to the danger surrounding him. On July 26, 2020, Raul's situation took a dark turn. After several days without any contact, his family filed a missing person report with the Jackson County authorities. It was Raul's daughter, Rosa Ambriz, who raised the alarm. She was very close to her father, calling him every day without fail. But now, weeks had gone by without a call from him, and he was unreachable on all his phones. Despite being only 21, Raul's daughter was determined to find her father, no matter what it took. Before going to the police, she began her own investigation on Facebook to learn more about the people her father had mentioned. There, she found a photo of him with a blonde woman from Alabama named Lauren Wombles. She soon realized that Lauren was actually the internationally known Aubrey Gold, a former adult film star. This revelation upset her. Why was her father involved with someone like that? Determined to find out more, she tracked down the name of the man her father had referred to as his generous benefactor. Without hesitation, she called Shane. Their conversation was polite. Shane claimed he hadn't seen Raul and that he had left some time ago. He told her Raul had returned to Texas, but she sensed that was a lie. The last time she spoke to her father, he had told her he needed to finish some work in Jackson before he could visit. There was no way he had left so abruptly. Her father called her mother, his ex-wife, the day before he went missing and told her that he was with people he believed to be dangerous and that he needed to get out of the situation, Ambrose said. She approached the authorities in Jackson County, Florida, to report that her last conversation with her father was on July 4th. Raul mentioned he was going to celebrate that night with some friends, whom she believed to be William Shane Parker and Lauren Wombles. Before handing the case over to the police, she shared one more important detail: her father's cherished Mercedes-Benz truck. She gave them the truck's license plate number, suggesting they use it as a starting point for their investigation. A few days later, the police located the vehicle at a repair shop. Upon inspecting the truck, they realized something was wrong. Raul's treasured Mercedes was in very poor condition and had been stripped for parts. They promptly questioned the shop owner who had received the vehicle. The answer came quickly. The names listed on the service record were William Shane Parker and Lauren Wombles. The investigation gained focus as officers located Lauren and Shane for questioning. They were interrogated separately, which visibly troubled Lauren. When asked about their last interaction with Raul, both she and Shane provided suspiciously similar, vague answers, maintaining that they last saw him in early July. Regarding Raul's truck, they explained that he had been having trouble with it and wanted to get rid of it. Shane stated he had offered to buy the truck for a small amount, planning to fix it up as a gift for Lauren. The police were skeptical but had no option but to release them. The case remained stagnant until August 23rd, nearly 2 months after Raul's disappearance. A man named Joseph Bells entered the police station seeking an urgent meeting with the investigators. Joseph had been Jeremy Peters' best friend for 25 years and was familiar with Lauren Wombles, but he never trusted Shane Parker, whom he described as giving off a bad vibe. Joseph claimed to know the location where Raul's body was buried. A few days earlier, Joseph had been drinking with Jeremy, which was nothing unusual. Suddenly, Jeremy stood up and urged him to follow him into the woods. Confused but intrigued, Joseph complied. Jeremy looked him in the eye and ominously said, before pointing to the ground. That's when Joseph realized he was looking at the spot where Raul's body was buried. Jeremy had asked for his help, planning to move the body to a more secluded place the next day. Joseph agreed at that moment, knowing he had to hide his fear. They planned to meet again the next day, but once Joseph got home, panic overwhelmed him. He was scared not only for himself but also for his wife and children. He understood that getting more involved could endanger them all, yet he felt compelled to do the right thing. He was unaware of what had happened between Raul and Jeremy, but he knew he needed to inform the police. With this new information, everything was about to change. The following day, authorities requested that Joseph show them the burial site. On August 25, 2020, a major operation commenced, involving law enforcement officers, forensic specialists, analysts, and cadaver dogs. The dogs quickly alerted to the exact location Joseph had indicated. The site had been deliberately hidden, with several trees and branches cut down for concealment. When the remains were uncovered, they revealed a decomposing body wrapped in a University of Florida blanket, tightly secured with layers of duct tape. The body was partially covered with cut-in-half plastic barrels. The remains were promptly sent to the medical examiner's office. Shortly after, the forensic report that the body was identified as belonging to Raul. The autopsy determined that he had been executed with a single gunshot wound to the back of the head, indicating a calculated murder. With sufficient proof, arrest warrants were issued for Jeremy Peters and Lauren Wombles. An arrest warrant for William Shane Parker was unnecessary since he was already in custody on unrelated charges. Authorities also obtained a search warrant for Jeremy's home in hopes of finding more evidence. The officers discovered a large collection of University of Florida memorabilia, including the exact type of blanket Raul had been wrapped in. They also found burnt fabric resembling the material used to cover the body, as well as multiple plastic barrels identical to those found at the burial site. Lauren was quickly found at her Aunt Erin's house in Dothan, Alabama. She was arrested immediately and later extradited to Florida as a suspect in a murder investigation. Initially, she denied any involvement, lied, and tried to deflect blame. However, it became evident that neither Lauren nor her alter ego, Aubrey Gold, were dangerous criminals. They were simply two troubled sides of the same person, and eventually, under pressure, both broke down. Finally, Lauren revealed the truth: Shane Parker was behind the murder. On July 4, 2020, Lauren, Shane, and Jeremy were drinking together when Jeremy expressed his desire for Raul to be killed. He fabricated the belief that Raul was part of a Mexican gang and he saw it as a threat to his business. In reality, Raul was just an ordinary man and a hardworking father with no gang connections. By the time the accusations arose, the decision to target Raul had already been made. That night, Lauren was given a specific task. She was to bring Raul to Jeremy's house by pretending they were celebrating Independence Day. Jeremy would not be there because he understood the risks of being present when things went wrong. Raul, completely unaware of the plan, happily accepted the invitation and arrived in a festive mood. At some point during the gathering, Lauren handed him some fireworks as part of their scheme. Excited, Raul lit the fireworks and gazed at the beautiful display. Suddenly, he was shot in the back of the head by Shane, who had crept up on him. Raul collapsed immediately. Then, to make sure Guillen was dead, he was beaten with a shovel. The next thing she remembered was waking up the next morning to see Shane and Jeremy loading Raul's body into a truck. However, investigators were hesitant to believe Lauren. She had lied numerous times before. To prove her credibility, she told them that the murder weapon had been cut in half and thrown into a storm drain in Dothan. Authorities searched the area, doubtful of her story, but they found the gun exactly where she had indicated. This confirmed that she was telling the truth. With this incriminating evidence, prosecutors built their case against the suspects. William Shane Parker was charged with second-degree murder, while Jeremy Odell Peters, who had planned the murder under false pretenses, was also charged with second-degree murder as a principal offender. Lauren agreed to a plea deal knowing she couldn't avoid the consequences. In exchange for a reduced sentence of 10 years, she testified against Shane and Jeremy. Despite her fear of Shane, who had been abusive toward her for years, she found the courage to speak out, and her testimony helped secure the convictions. In October 2021, the court delivered its verdicts. Jeremy Odell Peters was convicted of being an accessory to murder and corpse abuse. He sentenced to 20 years in prison. William Shane Parker received a life sentence without parole. Lauren Wombles, now 27, is serving her sentence and is scheduled for release in 2031. This outcome was far from what she imagined at 18, when she left home seeking fame in the adult film industry. Unfortunately, she ended up in a cycle of addiction, crime, and violence, must now deal with the repercussions of those choices.